considered a state abortion law, and Idaho's abortion law is one of the strictest in the country, only allows abortion if the mother's life is in jeopardy. And what the Biden administration has argued is that this federal law takes precedence, and the federal law requires that emergency room doctors be able to perform abortions if there's a serious risk to the woman's health. And what, during the oral arguments, what Justice Elena Kagan said was that you don't have to wait until the woman is on the verge of death in order to do an abortion. So it was unclear from that oral argument which way the justices were going to go, except that the three liberals were obviously in favor of the federal government's act superseding the state. But so it'll be interesting to see what the breakdown is. It was thought that the Chief Justice and Justice Amy Coney Barrett might be the swing votes in this case because they asked different questions. There's also the problem that the state of Idaho couldn't really say when abortions would be allowed. They didn't have a lot of the information that the justices wanted, because what's happened in Idaho is that there have been cases, and there was a brief filed by a group of doctors about cases where women have suffered and had to, because they couldn't get an abortion, and sometimes have had to be flown out of state because they were in such dire situations, because the doctors don't want to, some of the doctors are reluctant to perform abortions because they don't know exactly when they can. What is the point? And that's what some of the discussion was in the Supreme Court. You know, what is the point where you will perform the abortion? So it's going to be really interesting to see how they decided this. And I'm expecting dissents here, but we'll see.
Yeah, sure. If you're just joining us on Bloomberg Law, and that's why we're talking to June Grasso right now, obtained a copy of the opinion on this Idaho case involving abortion law in emergency scenarios. It appeared briefly on the court's website, so we have not had an official ruling here. We just have a sense now of what that ruling is going to be. In June, this is different than the leak, for instance, that told us what the Dobbs ruling was going to be long before that happened. Politico had a leak. This is something that was posted in error on the court's own site.
You're right. It's different. That leak, and I'll just remind everyone that despite having months and months of investigations, they never discovered who leaked that document. And the court would not allow outside people to come in and, and investigate. They had someone within the court investigating. So we never really found out who leaked that opinion. Yeah, this is an error that happened. And that's why we don't know, all of it. We don't know, the rundown yet of the justices, and also we don't. I mean, is it a draft? Is it the final decision? These things we still don't know. It's still up in the air. But according to what we do know, they are going to allow emergency abortions in Idaho, which is a win for the Biden administration again today.
June Grasso from Bloomberg Law, the host of Bloomberg Law, that will be awfully important to listen to tonight at 6 o'clock Washington time. June, stay close to us as we learn more, and thank you so much for jumping in on this. June points us directly to politics this day before the first presidential debate, and Gregory Cordy is still with us at the desk right now covering politics at Bloomberg. How does this color this issue ahead of this first televised throwdown tomorrow, if at all?
Yeah, we are now 2 years and a few days after that Dobbs decision, and we're still seeing the political and legal aftershocks from that on an almost daily basis. We've had the Supreme Court weighing in, sort of cleaning up its Dobbs decision on issues of medical or chemical abortions. We've had this IVF debate. We now have this Idaho ruling. And then we have state by state, state legislatures taking on this issue. People in the states taking upon themselves to get referenda on the ballot, get constitutional amendments on the ballot to change the law in their states. And of course, this is all going to come back to the presidential election, and especially in this debate tomorrow, where we will have Joe Biden and Donald Trump side by side for the first time since this Dobbs ruling, where frankly, the pressure is going to be on former President Trump to some extent to explain his position on abortion, to explain whether he has moderated that since the Dobbs decision, whether he still claims credit for this the Dobbs decision in appointing 3 members, conservative members to the Supreme Court that paved the way for it. And so this could be a clarifying moment tomorrow night on the future of this issue.
I'm glad you were with us when it happened. Gregory Cordy, many thanks with us here in Washington on Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew. As we add the voice now of Rick Davis, analysis from Bloomberg, politics contributor, and of course, longtime Republican strategist. Rick, we didn't think we'd be talking about this today, but I wonder your thoughts now on Donald Trump's approach tomorrow, and if in fact he will be called to clarify his stand on reproductive rights.
Yeah, I'm sure regardless of what happened today with the court on this decision, abortion was going to play a focus in this debate. We're still, as described, picking up the pieces in a post-Dobbs decision by the Supreme Court just over 2 years ago. And I think this is one of the fundamental issues that will be raised at the debate. Highly likely a discussion about whether or not Donald Trump would support a national ban on abortion, something that is in the Republican platform. And they'll be taking that up just 2 weeks from now. And whether that changes. So there are a lot of people in the Republican Party who want to see a national law banning abortion. And so is Donald Trump going to cater to those views, or is he going to strike out on his own and restate where he's been, which is let the states decide? This is a classic example, today's ruling, of how these states get into trouble because they don't know what the federal guidance versus the state guidance are when you have a conflict between the two laws. So this will put some teeth to the decision, but I think abortion will be with us all the way through Election Day. And not so much an issue for Democrats. It's a base issue. They can continue to rally around it. As you point out, this is a win for them. But I do think this issue of national versus state is alive and well in the Republican Party, and I think you'll see that play out tomorrow night in the debate.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, does this increase calls then for a federal answer, a national answer, or does Donald Trump just have the convenience to say, hey, I told you guys, it's up to the states, and in this case, Idaho is going to have a problem carrying out its intentions?
Yeah, big organizations within the Republican sort of orbit, Faith and Family, groups like that, they want a national law. Many senators and congressmen have spoken out on this since the Dobbs decision, like Lindsey Graham, senator from South Carolina, wants a national law. And so regardless of what Donald Trump says, I think you're going to hear blowback on this decision today by those voices who say, see, this is why we need it. This is just opening the door for more abortions in states that have already outlawed them.
Rick Davis, we've talked a lot about ethics on the court. We've talked about public opinion, which isn't quite as low as Congress, but it's been heading lower. Now you see this after the leak on Dobbs. Now somebody fat fingers the opinion on Idaho, apparently. We don't know, by the way, how this happened. If it was an accident, we can only assume. What the heck is going on at the Supreme Court?
Well, you've now given me the line of the day, fat fingering. I'll have to figure out what that really means. But the bottom line is, it's just another example of sort of the decay within these institutions that are there to really create stability within culture, legal system, political system in the United States. And if we don't start investing in these institutions again, we're likely to see continuous decay. We already have, as you point out, Joe, a lot of questions about people's faith in the judiciary because of some of the scandals and ethics issues and frankly controversial decisions being made by this Supreme Court. And yet we don't actually see any effort being put forth by the justices to improve that image. I mean, we see a lot of problems with it, but no real campaign out there to say, oh no, we're on top of this and we have the interests of the country at heart every time we make a decision. I think it's a real vacuum that needs to be filled by this court.
Yeah. Rick Davis, Bloomberg politics contributor, Republican strategist, his take on this breaking news. We'll have a lot more coming up in our second hour on what we just learned from the Supreme Court. This is Bloomberg.
politics to the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
It's the opinion we were not supposed to see today. Welcome to the fastest show in politics. As Bloomberg News learns, the Supreme Court is poised to allow abortions in medical emergencies in Idaho. This is based on an opinion that was briefly posted on the court's own website. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington. Kaylee, we didn't think we'd be talking about this. We thought the court was done for the day.
Yeah, formally issuing two opinions this morning, and yet inadvertently posting what appears to be a copy of this opinion in this case, which would be the first time that the court has ruled on a state's abortion ban since the overturning of Roe v. Wade with the Dobbs decision. That was 2 years ago, just this Monday. Of course, what Bloomberg and Bloomberg Law specifically has seen here is a suggestion that the court is poised to allow abortions in medical emergencies in Idaho. Of course, the federal government had sued Idaho after its trigger law near total abortion ban went into effect immediately after Dobbs, essentially arguing if a hospital receives Medicare funding, it has to perform abortions if necessary in emergency scenarios.
We all remember when the Dobbs opinion leaked via Politico. This is not a leak. This, as Kaylee said, looks to have been an inadvertent posting. The question that we all have is, will the court follow on with a formal ruling at this point, Kaylee, which would be very unusual?
Yeah, so far Bloomberg has not received an immediate comment from the Supreme Court, but of course we're going to continue to follow this breaking news story for you. First, though, let's get a check on the markets with Charlie Pellet at the New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, Kaylee Lines. We have got stocks trading mixed right now, little change. Key takeaway at this hour on the S&P, down by 1 point. Stocks are struggling in the final stretch of a very strong quarter that has seen a small group of high-flying tech names lead the way. NVIDIA, not today. NVIDIA down, dropping by 2.1%. S&P lower by 2 points, down less than 0.1%. The Dow up 36 now, up 0.1%. NASDAQ up 32, a gain of 0.2%. 10-year yield 4.30% with the 2-year 4.74%. Spot gold down 0.8%, down $19 the ounce right now. Gold at 2,300 even, while West Texas Intermediate crude 80.96 a barrel, a gain of 0.2%. FedEx shares surging 14.6% after forecasting profit above Wall Street expectations. Rival UPS also higher, up now by 3.3%. And then after the close of trading today, we'll be hearing from Micron Technology, up now by about 0.5%. So again, recapping, we're looking at a mixed day for the U.S. equity market. S&P right now down 1 point. NASDAQ and the Dow both moving higher. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Kaylee Lines and Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. Meanwhile, here in Washington, we are all focused on the news that Bloomberg just exclusively broke. The Supreme Court inadvertently today posting a copy of an opinion on its website that would suggest the court is poised to allow emergency abortions in the state of Idaho. Joe, this is a big deal, not final yet, as this is not a formal issuing of an opinion, but still suggests that the court in this case may be delivering a win for abortion rights.
Yeah, that's right. And for Joe Biden, the day before the first presidential debate, the timing here is remarkable. Kaylee, we're in the midst of a 3-day tour here when it comes to opinions. We did expect and still do to get more tomorrow, but we thought the court was done for the day. We got 2 this morning, and this dropped a short time ago thanks to our team at Bloomberg News and at Bloomberg Law bringing this to us now. The question remains once again, will the court do anything formal? And we want to turn to June Grasso from Bloomberg Law, the host of Bloomberg Law here on Bloomberg Radio and TV. And June, it's great to see you here. I suspect you didn't think we'd be talking about this either after this morning's opinions were released. This is going to lead to a whole investigation. We have no idea how this was posted, right?
Right. It could have just been some administrative assistant by mistake posted it and then took it back. I mean, I'm sure there'll be an investigation into this, and hopefully you'll get more information than you did on the Politico leak of the Dobbs decision. But if, what we see is true, it's a huge decision, and it means, and it also affects other states like Texas that have similar laws. I mean, this case was so important that the trial judge had issued a ruling putting this law on hold and saying that, the emergency procedures could go forward. And the Supreme Court said, no, they put a stop to that, and then they decided to take the case without it going to an appellate court. So that's how important this is. And, it could show whether or not the federal law is going to take the place or supersede the state law, which is what the Biden administration argued in this case. They said, if you're taking, as Kelly said, you're taking Medicare funds, you have to follow the EMTALA law, and that provides for emergency room procedures of abortion if a woman's life is seriously at risk. And during the oral arguments, Justice Kagan was really I want to say she was emphatic about saying that, you don't have to wait until the woman's life is in jeopardy, is in threat, in order to have this procedure. And it was the oral argument, you couldn't tell which way the court was going to go. I mean, you knew that the three liberals were going one way and the three very conservatives were going the other way. But then the three in the middle, Chief Justice Roberts, Justice Amy Coney Barrett, and Justice Brett Kavanaugh, where were they? They were all over the place.
Well, of course, we'll await finding out for sure who the drafter of the final opinion is. But in what was briefly posted online, they indicated that the majority is going to dismiss this case as improvidently granted, which probably relates to what you were just speaking to, June, whether the court should have taken this up in the first place. But this is a kind of a pattern I've noticed emerge with recent opinions where the court doesn't seem to necessarily be deciding the merits of the case, but rather standing, as was the case in the social media Biden administration relationship ruling they made earlier this morning, and in the other abortion-related case, access to mifepristone, which they did rule in favor of. They did so on the grounds of standing. It doesn't seem that they're necessarily deciding the merits around these abortion rights, June.
You're right. Throwing this out as improvidently granted is another way to dispose of it. And it's because they're trying to get, they're trying to get 5 votes in order to decide the case. And in a lot of these cases, the easiest way is to say there was no standing. Now, the mifepristone case, there was no standing there. Everyone who saw that initially said, why do these doctors have the right to sue? And it's still going to go forward. States are still trying to sue over that. So in the mifepristone case, that was definitely no standing. But in the case today, they found no standing, and that, they could have gone either way. So it's an easier way for them to deal with it. But what happens is the lower courts don't get guidance, and we don't get information as far as the public to know where they stand on these issues. How far can the Biden administration go in correcting misinformation online now? We don't know that because the decision is off on a procedural ground. And I had a professor I talked to recently say that, lawyers can find a procedural reason for anything, which is true. You can find a procedural reason if you're looking for it, and they're looking for it, it seems. Yeah.
All right, June Grosso, host of Bloomberg Law, thank you so much for your instant analysis on this breaking news story exclusive to Bloomberg. The Supreme Court poised to allow emergency abortions in Idaho. We want to get more reaction now with a special guest, I'm pleased to say, who is joining us here in our Washington, D.C. studio. Dana Nessel, the Attorney General of the state of Michigan, is now joining us. Welcome to Balance of Power. Thank you so much for being here while you're here in Washington. Could I just ask you first about your reaction to the news Bloomberg has broken today, this opinion that seems inadvertently to have been posted on the website, but is a court ruling in favor of abortion rights, it seems, or poised to at least?
Well, fortunately in Michigan, in the wake of Dobbs, we had very restrictive laws that were on the books that were unenforceable. But in 2022, we passed the Reproductive Freedom for All ballot proposal, which, enshrined reproductive freedoms into our state constitution. So we haven't been worried about this particular situation in my state, but I've met with women in states with very restrictive bans all over the country. And I can tell you that women of reproductive age and the people who love them all around the United States are probably collectively sighing a breath of relief right now, because how incredibly scary it is to think that you could be in this situation where you need emergency medical care. You're facing the loss of an organ, your fertility is at stake, and you're literally looking at potentially dying and having physicians have to violate their Hippocratic oath and say, I can't treat you because I'm afraid of going to jail for it. So I think for women all across America, this is a victory if that is, in fact, an accurate assessment, what was on the website. It does give me some pause that now this is the second time in a few years that we're seeing something accidentally posted or distributed, and it makes me wonder what's going on at the United States Supreme Court right now. But, we've seen this exponential rise in both maternal mortality as well as infant mortality ever since the Dobbs decision came out. And hopefully, if this is a real ruling from the court, it will do something to curtail the number of deaths we've seen.
So are you encouraged then to see what is apparently forthcoming from the court? And I wonder if you think they should just come out with it today, following the ruling on mifepristone, maintaining access to the abortion pill, or are you discouraged that both, to Kaylee's point earlier, have been essentially rulings on standing?
Yeah, I have a theory about that.
Yeah?
I think that these are not cases that the high court wanted to hear. I think they were sort of forced upon them by incredibly conservative circuit courts of appeal that really have forced the hand now of the United States Supreme Court. And I've seen decision after decision where I don't think that the justices wanted to rule on this particular case at this particular time. I don't think that the majority of justices, and by that I mean 6 of them on the Supreme Court, have an interest in restricting Second Amendment related rights. They don't like, in general, the gun safety laws. They don't like the use of mifepristone, but these are poor vehicles that have come to them to allow them to further restrict abortion rights or gun safety measures or things of that nature. So what we're seeing is they are finding other ways to dispose of these cases without having to rule on the merits, and that allows them the freedom in the future to say, well, we're not contradicting a prior decision. We're not, overturning any sort of precedent. We got rid of that case on standing, and that's what they're continuing to do.
But should the court not have expected these kind of challenges to ultimately reach them after they ruled in Dobbs to essentially overturn the constitutional right to an abortion? It was only inevitable that certain state laws or access to certain procedures or medications were going to have to be called into question just because of the uncertainty that ruling created, no?
You would think so, and you would think that that would be their thought as well, but I think some of these cases are just so controversial and so antithetical to public opinion. And you already have the Supreme Court in a place where, we've never had such low confidence or respect for this court. They've been mired in ethical scandals. And every time they issue a ruling that is deeply unpopular with the public, they risk having their integrity impugned more and more. And so I think that might be part of the calculus with some of these rulings as well. And again, because these are cases that are being, essentially tossed on standing or improvidently granted or something of that nature, it does still leave room for future rulings where they can still continue to chip away at reproductive rights or the rights of people to have, gun safety laws or other things that are, frankly, very popular in America.
Let's talk about some more future rulings, because the next couple of days are going to be awfully important as we spend time with Michigan's Attorney General, Dana Nessel. This year, you charged 16 people for falsely claiming to be electors for Donald Trump in the 2020 election. We're expecting a ruling on some of the charges leveled against January 6 rioters, if we can call them that. The idea of obstruction, which brings us back to the Enron case, whether this is the same thing as hiding paperwork when we talk about obstructing, in this case, an official proceeding. What's the court going to say about this?
Well, it's hard to know what they're going to say, but it's clear what the January 6 rioters were trying to do. And it's clear, I think, as well, what the former president of the United States was trying to encourage them to do. We have seen, obviously, through the January 6th committee testimony, and of course the discovery in cases all over the United States, well, I should say swing states, especially, including my own, that there was a concerted effort to undermine the election, and to do so by making sure that Congress could not meet and could not properly convene to vote.
Is this law broad enough to apply, though, in this case?
I guess we're going to have to see what the court says, but I think that it has to be, and it should be, and we certainly have to make certain that we have laws in place that specifically indicate, right, that it is improper and it is illegal to disrupt that type of a proceeding, because if so, I mean, if we're not going to say that what they did was illegal in this set of circumstances, how are we going to continue to administer elections? Because this is part of the election process.
Well, and of course, we're still relitigating what happened during the election process of 2020, both in the immediate aftermath, what was happening at polling centers with fake electors, for example, or even on January 6th of 2021. How concerned are you, specifically in the state of Michigan, which, as you say, is going to be a critical swing state that could be one of the deciding factors in the outcome about election security in this cycle in 2024?
One of my biggest concerns, and I think this involves all of the many Trump cases that have been pending, many of them, of course, put on hold because of the Trump immunity case. And this goes to many of the cases that were charged in Michigan as well. And there are a lot. It's not just the false slate of electors case. We have a variety of cases that are relevant to efforts to try to overturn the election in Michigan in 2020. Those cases have moved forward at just a snail's pace. And as a result, here we are. 4 years later, we're going into yet another presidential election, and we've not seen the cases from 2020 disposed yet. The courts have, really, I mean, there's adjournment after adjournment on these cases. It's taking a very long time for courts to issue rulings. And I'm worried about the impact it's going to have, because one of the things about enforcing the law is ensuring deterrence against people continuing to, engage in that kind of illegal activity, which, again, is so detrimental to our democracy as a whole. So I am worried with the Trump cases not moving forward before the election, with a lot of our state cases not going to be completely disposed of before the election, that it'd be sending the wrong message to people, that the people weren't held accountable when they did this 4 years ago, so maybe you won't be held accountable if you engage in the same activity now in 2024. We just can't have that.
Madam Attorney General, our listeners and viewers should know that you're the first openly LGBTQ statewide elected official in the state of Michigan. Might be even more remarkable to learn that you're only the second nationwide, which is remarkable in 2024. Another remarkable statistic is the thousands of military veterans who were kicked out of the service, pardoned now apparently from Joe Biden, for being kicked out on the former military ban on gay sex. Is your reaction, good job, Mr. President, or what took so long?
Well, look, I think that President Biden is doing everything in his power to ensure that LGBTQ people are protected in this country. And he's done that for many years. I think people forget that when Barack Obama took office, he was not in support of same-sex marriage. And really why that changed in large part was because of the urging of his vice president, Joe Biden. He was the first one to say it out loud and really apply pressure to President Obama in that regard. So I think just as this continued theme of, you have one candidate for president or incumbent who supports the LGBTQ community, and Donald Trump, who wants to set us back 30, 40, even 50 years.
Come back and see us next time you're in Washington. It's great to have you at the desk today on Bloomberg TV and radio. Michigan's Attorney General Dana Nessel, we thank you for being with us on the fastest show in politics. A lot more ahead, live from Washington. This is Bloomberg.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. S&P 500 index struggling as NVIDIA sells off again. NVIDIA right now down 1.7%. With the S&P lower by 4, down less than 0.1%. Little change there. Has been swinging between gains and losses. Dow Industrials, though, up 20 right now, a gain of just about 0.1%. NASDAQ up 27, a gain of 0.1%. 10-year 4.30% with a 2-year 4.73%. Gold down $17 the ounce, 23.02, a drop of 0.7%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 0.7%, 81.41 right now for a barrel of WTI. Rivian shares are soaring as Volkswagen plows $5 billion into a tie-up with Rivian, which is the closest would-be rival to Tesla. Right now, Rivian is up 21.7%. Volkswagen ADRs down 1.6%. Tesla, meanwhile, higher by 3.7%. And among other EV makers, Lucid Motors trading higher by 4.4%. So again, recapping, we are looking at a mixed market right now with the Dow, NASDAQ. They are both higher. S&P trading lower in the red by just about 0.1%. Balance of power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet with a look at the day's trading in New York. Thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew here in Washington, where we are dissecting an accident, it seems, related to the Supreme Court's website today. The Supreme Court just out saying that the opinion on abortion, the emergency Idaho abortion case, was inadvertently posted earlier today. Bloomberg Law, of course, saw it when that happened and found that, according to the copy opinion that was on the website for a brief period of time, the court is poised to allow for emergency abortions in the state of Idaho.
Yeah, we'll see if we actually get a ruling that follows this. We thought the Supreme Court was done today. There were 2 official rulings this morning. Kaylee, we could get more tomorrow. Maybe something drops in our lap. Of course, if that happens on this day, you'll hear about it on Bloomberg TV and radio. The question is, did somebody do this on purpose? Was it an accident, inadvertent? Would suggest as much? Will there be an internal investigation that leads to nowhere, like the leak of Dobbs? All these things have yet to be answered. But it sure looks like good news for abortion activists and for Democrats. And we're joined at the table right now by the senior spokesperson for the DNC, Hannah Moldavan. Didn't think we'd be talking about this today, but welcome to the table. It's great to see you. What does this mean for Democratic messaging the day before what could be the most important presidential debate of the cycle?
Well, thank you for having me. And I want to make it very clear why we're even talking about this right now. And that's because the state of abortion rights in our country is because of Donald Trump. When he was elected, he bragged about electing 3 conservative justices and overturning Roe v. Wade. And because of that, we see a dire state in our country for women of reproductive age. 21 states and counting where women don't have access to reproductive freedom that they've enjoyed for 50 years. 1 in 3 women of reproductive age can't receive that care that they need. And if Donald Trump wins in November, it's only going to be more of that. And so the fact that we're even talking about this today and that women's rights have been stripped away is because of Donald Trump.
And yet this court opinion would suggest, or the copy that was briefly posted would suggest, as their mifepristone ruling did, that they aren't further taking away rights potentially with these decisions. They allowed mifepristone access to maintain. They are allowing in emergency situations in which the stability of the mother would be risked without having an abortion to go forward. Is this, in some sense at least, taking away a talking point as we get farther and farther from Dobbs?
I think when we look to what's at stake in November and access to abortion, those stats I just mentioned show how many women are already being impacted, right? They go to the emergency rooms for this access, and some of them are turned away. What we're seeing is that women are fighting back. Americans are fighting back. 9 out of 10 support what we saw today, if that ruling ends up being what the Supreme Court puts out. But it takes away nothing. What we see is Donald Trump, who has a plan to continue to threaten abortion rights. And then in contrast, you see a president in Joe Biden and a vice president in Kamala Harris, who feel the exact opposite. They want women and Americans to have freedom of reproductive rights, to have freedom in our democracy. And Joe Biden himself said he wants to restore Roe v. Wade. So I think when we look at what abortion means and abortion rights mean for women this cycle, it couldn't be clearer who stands with them and who stands against taking away their access to this and their freedoms.
You're bringing us some very carefully crafted messaging right now, and I don't doubt that you believe everything you're saying, but you're a professional. Joe Biden's got to go into the lion's den to deliver this message tomorrow night. Is he up for this job? He's up at Camp David tomorrow. Do you have a line to the president? What do you expect him to say?
I wouldn't imagine to speak for the president, but what I can say is that it's been 4 years since Americans have seen Joe Biden and Donald Trump on a debate stage. Yeah. A lot has happened in those 4 years. We just mentioned women's rights being taken away. Donald Trump has been impeached twice and is now a convicted felon on 34 counts. What Joe Biden needs to do is speak directly to the American people about what he's done. So really fought for the working class, the economy, the fallback from COVID was really softened and actually done really well under President Biden, right? More than 15 million jobs created. Joe Biden actually took on big pharma for the American people to lower costs of prescription drug prices. So I think that Joe Biden is prepared. He won 2 debates against Donald Trump before, and he can run on his record and what he wants to do, which is make sure that every American has a fair shot.
Well, as we talk about running on the record or touting policy that he has been able to undertake during his administration, is it not problematic for messaging purposes and for the party at large that has the potential to get lost in the analysis of just his performance and the kind of energy he showed as an 81-year-old president? Can the policy actually get through to the voter who is only concerned with whether or not he is showing his age and appearing mentally acute?
There's going to be a clear contrast that Americans will see on Thursday on the debate stage. And it'll be against a president who cares for them, who has passed policies that will lower prices for them, who's continuing to fight inflation, right? The Democrats in Congress and Joe Biden passed the Inflation Reduction Act. No Republican voted for that, right? So this is a party and a president who is where he needs to be on the issues. And they'll then see Donald Trump, who's all about himself, revenge and retribution. I think it will be very clear on that debate stage what the 2 future visions of the country will look like. And I think Americans will see a president in Joe Biden who is fighting for them and one in Trump who is fighting for himself.
When's the DNC going to start calling out Donald Trump for his mental acuity?
I think that I think that when you look at Donald Trump's rallies and you see what he is saying, he doesn't make sense. He is saying things that aren't true, right? We even saw this on January 6th with the big lie. He is pushing forward things that are not factually accurate, and Americans are going to be able to see that maybe for one of the first times as we're waking up to the fact that there's an election in November. They're going to see that on the debate stage, and they're going to see the opposite in Joe Biden, we believe.
So is Joe Biden's job tomorrow night to be a live fact checker of Donald Trump? Can he do that?
Joe Biden's job is to show what he's been doing for the American people, which is the contrast to what President Trump will be doing. President Trump is going to do what he does. I know there are specific rules about this debate that have been agreed upon by both parties. But what Joe Biden needs to do is make sure he knows what he's done, talk about what he's delivering for Americans, the freedom that Americans can really expect under a second administration, and the way those freedoms will be taken away if Trump is elected again.
All right, Hannah, great to have you here in studio. Thank you so much for joining us. Hannah Moldaven is senior spokesperson for the DNC. Great to have you. And of course, we're all looking forward to the debate tomorrow night.
You said it.
And as we do so, we want to get a Republican perspective in this conversation as well, and bring in Bloomberg Politics contributor and Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital, Rick Davis, who is now with us. So, Rick, I'll just begin with the same question I just ended on with Hannah, the idea of Joe Biden's job tomorrow night. Is it pitching his vision for the future of the country, or is it calling out factual inaccuracies that may be spouted by Donald Trump?
Yeah, I would say certainly not the latter. If he spends his time tomorrow night correcting the facts on Donald Trump, then nobody's going to have a sense of what his future aspirations are for the country and what he brings to the table. I think job number one for Joe Biden is competence. That's the issue that is framing people's opinion of him. Is he up to the job? Can he handle another 4 years? Personally, So that vibrancy needs to show, and it needs to show in a way that's a showstopper. Secondarily to that, he's going to have to convince the American public that he can handle the economy. Right now, Donald Trump wins decisively on who is the best able to handle the economy, and the economy is still the #1 issue to most voters. And so if he can accomplish those two tasks, job done, get off the stage, call it a victory, and get on with prosecuting the rest of the campaign. If he fails in either of those two, he may have done an enormous amount of damage to his campaign.
I'm fascinated by your experience when it comes to debate prep, Rick. Bring us inside the room. You've got, just over 24 hours today. When we talk about these mock debates, someone up there playing Donald Trump, he's got advisors in the first couple of rows here. You've been in that room. Is it your job to shake up the candidate? Do you yell at the candidate? What do you do to try to simulate the worst case scenario for tomorrow night?
Well, certainly it's a different approach between Donald Trump and Joe Biden.
Yes.
You wouldn't have to yell at Donald Trump because Joe Biden highly likely isn't going to be doing any yelling. But that does apply to Joe Biden and his debate prep. And Biden's having much more traditional debate prep where he's up there on the stage with, a counterpart that's representing Donald Trump and going through questions. The #1 thing is, you try to hone in on these, few key messages that the candidate has to get out there in the public during the course of the 90 minutes. And some of them are, interesting stories to tell or one-liners, both to push back on Donald Trump. We remember, very well the first debate where he's, just told him to shut up. And regardless of what else he did, that sort of stuck with everybody. And these are scripted lines. This very little improvisation happens behind the podium in the middle of a debate. So they're trying to work those kinds of things out. And probably murder board Joe Biden a little bit. On Donald Trump's side, it's totally the opposite. I wouldn't be surprised that he doesn't go out and get 9 holes in before the debate sometime tomorrow.
Rick, we just have about a minute left with you, but would also like you to weigh in on how the Bloomberg reporting today that suggests the Supreme Court is poised to allow for emergency cases, abortion in the state of Idaho, according to something that was inadvertently posted on their website, an inadvertently posted opinion. Who does that serve better in the debate on Thursday? Does it take away the talking point from Joe Biden?
Yeah, no, I think it's a victory lap for Joe Biden. He can stir up his supporters by saying, that they adequately defended the reproductive rights and the federal role in this. I think it does showcase a little bit of what Donald Trump doesn't want to have to deal with, which is a national law around abortion necessary? Either way, how you look at it, right to choice or right to life, and any attention to abortion, especially in a debate, probably inures to the benefit of the Democratic candidate, because we know from the polling that a vast majority support choice under certain sets of circumstances, and Biden's ability to manage that issue is pretty well honed.
That's Rick Davis, and he'll be with us tomorrow night as part of our special debate coverage here on Bloomberg TV and radio. It'll start 8 p.m. Washington time. Big thanks to Rick, Bloomberg politics contributor. Former Congressman Kevin Brady's up next, only on Bloomberg.
Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We got the S&P struggling. NVIDIA is selling off again, down 1.7%. The S&P down 2 points, down less than 0.1%. The Dow up 0.1%. NASDAQ up 0.2%. 10-year yield 4.30% with a 2-year yielding 4.74%. Gold down $17 the ounce to $23.01, down 0.8%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.8%. Coming up after the close of trading today, we'll be hearing from Micron Technologies. I'm Charlie Pellet. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington once again. Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew. Welcome to Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio, live from Washington. While we are still in the middle of a 2024 election cycle and very focused on that, already the conversation is beginning to turn toward 2025, specifically because that is the year in which the tax cuts, the 2017 tax cuts under the Trump administration, will expire and be up for debate again, which is starting the whole argument already. This is something we spoke with Congresswoman Gwen Moore from Wisconsin, a Democrat who sits on the House Ways and Means Committee, about yesterday, and the idea that revenues went up when that tax reform was passed. This is what she said.
On paper, revenues went up, but not for long, because those revenues were used to buy back stock and other sort of unproductive things. And so ultimately, it did not contribute to any kind of revenue growth. And we still had the $2 trillion debt deficit paid for by debt.
To talk with us more about this, we're joined by a man who used to chair the House Ways and Means Committee. That would be former Congressman Kevin Brady, former Congressman and now spokesman for the Alliance for Competitive Taxation. Great to see you back at the table.
Thanks for having me.
How do you answer these criticisms? We heard about the ballooning deficits that making tax cuts permanent would create. This is from Maya McGinnis, and we tend to trust her work. When you look at these numbers, are we looking at this the right way?
You know, I don't think so. I love serving with Gwen on Ways and Means Committee, but I think she's got some bad information. It was just the opposite. There was a dip in revenues initially as we did those rate cuts, but then they ballooned in a big way, both generally because the economy was doing so much better. It shot up full percentage point right off the bat. We saw revenues come back from overseas, reinvested in the U.S., and paychecks outgrew inflation by 9%. So families were getting ahead in a big way. But we've recovered that plus more. For example, the corporate rate, you know, we lowered it significantly from 35 to 21%. We're generating more revenue today at the lower rate than at the higher rate. Why? Investments, economic growth happening in the U.S. rather than overseas. And so, yeah, we've seen significant revenue growth. The problem is Washington's spending faster than even that growth can sustain, and that's the big challenge.
Well, so on that challenge, which I'm sure creates a challenge for you as you're pitching for lower tax rates, do you simultaneously have to have the conversation, if you lower taxes, you have to cut X, Y, and Z, knowing that none of those things are likely to be entitlements like Social Security or Medicare? So what do you suggest is the pay for?
Yeah, so here's my thought. One, lots changed since 2017. Debt and deficits have risen a lot for good reason. But people forget the original tax cuts we did in 2017 was $5.5 trillion in tax cuts. We raised and offset $4 trillion of it in that bill that the president signed. So we paid for 72% of it right off, plus these added revenues. So I always say, you know, the question isn't do the tax cuts pay for themselves, but when. Mm-hmm. And if growth continues, we've recouped much of it already. I think it will. Now next year, there's about, I'm throwing a lot of numbers, but $7 trillion total of tax cuts to extend. Mm-hmm. Almost all of those are on workers and small businesses. Mm-hmm. Apart on businesses is separate from that. They extend the reforms we did in 2017. They generate another $3 trillion paid for as offset. So they have to find a way to
cover $4 trillion.
Yeah, exactly right. So the question is, what do we leave behind? Mm-hmm. What do we prioritize? what other reforms do we do to do that? And what we looked for are reforms that would allow us to lower rates by simplifying, consolidating, reforms that would allow us to grow those pro-growth provisions. The corporate rate, for example, businesses paid for about 80% of their own tax cut, but they wanted a newer vehicle. It's like buying a new car. You know what I mean? There's a cost to it, but it's more efficient, it's more effective, it gets you farther. Same thing with the new tax code. So lawmakers, their big challenge will be deciding what do we continue and for how long?
Yes.
How do we offset some, if not all, of those costs?
Well, as you said it earlier, it's not about making the tax cuts permanent, it's about making them better.
It
so
is.
when Donald Trump stands up at the podium tomorrow night and he's talking to CEOs, business leaders who are wary about inflation, who are wary about ballooning deficits, how does he make the case?
Well, I think it's pretty easy for him because he's already got the numbers in hand. After we did the tax cuts, inflation stayed low, wages grew, the economy grew in a big way. That will locking in those rates for families and businesses is really smart for the economy. I think he should focus on that and any other economic ideas he has, because I think it's going to be a big part of that debate in the election. I mean, inflation is still pretty cruel, cost-wise. Businesses want to be able to compete and win around the world, including on Main Street. And so I hope both those candidates lay out their economic vision, because I think it's going to be a big part of decision making in November.
Well, and do they have to be specific and decisive in doing so? It was just 2 weeks ago that Donald Trump was here in Washington, in part meeting with CEOs at the Business Roundtable, where our reporting suggests he floated the idea of a 20% corporate tax rate because it's a round number. He then told Congress potentially you replace tax revenue with tariff revenue, and then said, the campaign at least in the aftermath said that was just something he floated. It's just a suggestion. Is it time for specific policy proposals versus floating ideas?
So I think the answer is soon. November's coming. People are paying attention. And so I think, his campaign said, look, he's floating ideas. He will flesh this out if he wants to go down that path. So I think at some point, voters, because he raised the idea, are going to want to hear how it works and how it impacts them. I know for me, tariffs or taxes, they drive up prices, they slow the economy, they tend to benefit a few and punish a lot, and they almost always ignite retaliation against our U.S. farmers, our manufacturers, our workers in a big way. So I always advise candidates, steer away from tariffs. Go for growth, because you're incentivizing innovation, manufacturing, research here in the U.S. That's what makes us competitive. That's what the Alliance for Competitive Taxation is focused on, keeping America the best place to do that, new manufacturing, research, a low corporate rate so we can compete and win against China and other countries. And incentivize innovation, because the country that wins that race kind of wins the future.
You sound like an old-fashioned Republican congressman.
I hope so.
Right now in Washington, are you helping to advise or steer the RNC or the Trump campaign on this?
So to the point that I can be helpful, I want to be. Obviously, people want to know, what did we do? Why did we do it? What performed? What would be the advice? But which I'm happy to do. But I'm excited. This is, tax reform happens once every generation. But we have now, lawmakers have a chance to leave their mark on it, make it better, improve it. And things have changed. So I'm excited for this new generation of lawmakers to tackle this issue.
All right, Kevin Brady, spokesman for the Alliance for Competitive Taxation and former chair of the House Ways and Means Committee. Always great to see you here in studio. Thank you so much for joining us. Now we want to get a quick check on world and national news. Amy Morris has that for us in our 99.1 newsroom here in Washington. Hey, Amy.
Hi, Kaylee. The Supreme Court may be poised to allow abortions in medical emergencies in Idaho. That's according to a copy of the opinion briefly posted on the court's website. The decision ensures hospitals in Idaho can perform those emergency abortions to protect the health of the mother. The copy of the opinion is not necessarily the final ruling, given that it hasn't been officially released. And in fact, the Supreme Court's press office did say it had been inadvertently posted, and the official ruling will be released in due course. Two decisions that were released today. In one case, the court pared back a public corruption law, saying that state and local officials who accept gratuities are not necessarily covered by a federal bribery statute. And in another ruling, the Supreme Court sided with the Biden administration over communications with social media companies, not on the merits, but they say the challengers really didn't have a legal right to sue. Global news 24 hours a day, and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. Now back to Balance of Power. Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
Amy, thank you so much. Glad to have you with us on Bloomberg TV and radio here on the fastest show in politics with something important that's happening today that has nothing to do with the presidential debate tomorrow night, although I suspect it might come up as President Biden referred to detained journalists around the world in his speech at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Here's a reminder.
Journalism is clearly not a crime, not here, not there, not anywhere in the world. And Putin should release Evan and also immediately.
The Evan, of course, the president was referring to there is Evan Gershkovich, who today in Russia had the opening of his espionage trial. Joining us now for more is Paul Beckett. He is from the Wall Street Journal, where he's an assistant editor, but also has been handling Evan's case as it has drug out now for some time. Paul, welcome back to Bloomberg. Thank you so much for joining us here in studio. Should we even really be calling this a trial? Is that what this is?
It's not a trial as you or I understand it. We view it more as a secret hearing at which a judge will endorse the accusations, false accusations against Evan, after which he will be convicted. So the due process isn't part of the process.
You've spent a good chunk of time here working toward his release. What does the start of a trial say about your progress on this?
We remain ever hopeful that we can avoid the path that this is now headed down. But if anything, I hope it just injects some urgency into the Biden administration's efforts to bring Evan and Paul Whelan and Alsu and others home.
Of course, there is some time between this first hearing today and the next one, which isn't scheduled until mid-August. But it does seem that you think ultimately at the end of these proceedings, he will be convicted. How much harder would it be to bring him home after a conviction than before one?
That's hard to tell. The Russians originally said they would take a trial before they would enter into negotiations over his release. But we know that those negotiations have gone on in the past year, and we believe that they're going on now. So it's just very hard to tell. I think the important thing is that come September, we really get into presidential campaign season. If we get to the end of the year, then allied governments might change. I mean, there's just a lot looking ahead that means the time to bring him back is now.
So you feel like this is a closing window? Donald Trump says the news media is the enemy of the American people. What would happen to this effort if he were reelected?
It has been a bipartisan issue, and we'd like to see it stay that way. And former President Trump has talked about the need to get Evan back.
Is this something you expect maybe both mentioned tomorrow night?
That will be up to the moderators, but we hope it's top of mind for them because it has been a priority in the Trump administration. It was a priority in the Biden administration.
That's important to know.
So we just want them to finish the job and get him home, to be honest.
Can you tell us anything about Evan's condition right now, what you have been able to hear from him as this hearing and this trial, and I say that in air quotes, has leapt or come to today, of course, being the launch day?
Well, he's held up incredibly well over the last 15 months when he was in Moscow. He has been moved to Yekaterinburg, which is a city about 900 miles east of Moscow. And he's been put in a new detention facility. You may have seen him in the court cage this morning with a shaved head. That was prison mandate. But he's held up all this time, and we've no doubt that he will continue to hold up incredibly well.
How's his family doing?
It's tough on all of them, but they are supporting him. He is supporting them, and we're supporting all of them. So I think they're doing okay. They're just ready for this to stop.
And as you say, they're ready for this to stop. Have you gotten any indication on the speed of progress from the administration, or are they just continually telling you, we are working on it? Are they giving you exact updates on time frame, on any indication on when we might be going from saying free Evan to Evan is free?
Our job is really to try and help create the conditions by which those talks can succeed, but they are being handled in a classified and secret way. So we don't have much insight into where they are. We just know that they're going on, and we wish them success.
wrongfully detained, as the State Department has formally determined that Evan Gershkovich was taken for the wrong reasons, allowing, of course, for the U.S. to negotiate on his behalf, and those negotiations continue now with the support of Paul Beckett. You should know that Paul was the bureau chief, the Washington bureau chief, a very important job at the Wall Street Journal, and has put all of his time and efforts into securing Evan's release. And you're always welcome here, Paul. It's great to see you again.
Really appreciate the support from both of you and your listeners and viewers.
Thank you, sir, for being with us, and our best to his family. As you see him wearing the pin, Free Evan, with us live on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons. Quite a conversation today, Kaylee, with a lot of breaking news, and we could still hear from the Supreme Court before this day is out.
Yeah, the court has said they inadvertently posted that abortion opinion that Bloomberg broke earlier, of course, suggesting that they are poised to allow abortion in emergency cases in the state of Idaho, but we have not gotten the final opinion yet. So come back for more analysis on the 5 p.m. edition of Balance of Power right here on Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec. on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody, live on radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. This is Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Carol Master along with Tim Stanovic. Let's get to the setup at this hour. It is Wednesday, June 26th. And I got to say, stock's kind of struggling here, Tim.
Yeah, a little change. Most of the mega caps are up, minus NVIDIA, which is holding its annual shareholder meeting today. On the yields front, we're seeing them slightly higher, auctions continuing. We're also going to get the results of bank stress tests after the close. We're going to have much more on the backdrop when it comes to the trade in just a moment.
Micron reporting after the close as well. Still ahead, though, we are all in big time when it comes to EVs, thanks to the tie-up between Rivian and VW. Remember, we broke down those headlines after the close yesterday. And then you've got Tesla on track to losing a big bragging right. So we're going to get into that in just a moment.
Plus, Carnival is on a tear. Shares up nearly 20% in the past 8 days. We're going to have CEO Josh Weinstein back with us to talk about record cruise demand and what consumers are doing and looking for.
Speaking of demand, how about demand for all things luxe? LVMH, Chanel, well, I don't know if it's Chanel, but Dior, Celine, Tiffany, and more. So many different items. We're going to get into the house of Arnault, Bernard Arnault, that is, his dynasty of luxury brands, the cover story of the new Bloomberg Business Week. Turns out he's not dumb when it comes to maybe adding to his portfolio.
Also, there's like a succession-like drama playing out amongst his heirs. So we'll dive into all that with Brad Stone, the editor of Bloomberg Business Week, a little later in the program. All that and more over the next hour. First up, though, a check of today's trade and the top business stories. Here's Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much, Tim. And indeed, we have got a mixed market right now. Little change. Key takeaway for the U.S. stock market right now. S&P down 2 points right to the numbers here with the Dow up 26, holding on to a gain of about 0.1%. And we've got NASDAQ up 44 right now, up by about 0.3%. Stocks are struggling in the final stretch of a strong quarter that has seen a small group of high-flying tech shares lead the way. Specifically, NVIDIA, but today that stock moving lower. NVIDIA down now by about 1.9%. 10-year 4.30%, the 2-year 4.74%. Spot gold down $18 the ounce, just above $2,300 now, down 0.8%. While West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.6%, 81.33 a barrel. Could not ignore Rivian today, surging 21.3%, soaring as VW plows $5 billion into a tie-up with Rivian, which is the closest would-be rival to Tesla. ADRs of Volkswagen today down 1.7%, Tesla up 4.2%, Lucid Motors up by 4.4%. And as Carol mentioned, after the close of trading, we will be hearing from Micron Technology. Micron right now up by about 0.3%. Yes, we'll be all over it on Bloomberg Television and Radio when that number drops. Recapping, we're looking at a mixed day here. S&P down 2, drop there of less than 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, this headline definitely caught our attention late yesterday. VW, Volkswagen, taking another swing in its long struggle to catch up with Tesla. So plowing some $5 billion into a tie-up with the U.S. company's closest would-be rival. We are talking about Rivian Automotive. The news, Tim, sent shares of Rivian soaring. It happens to be one of my gainers today. VW ADRs, though, we have seen them put a little bit of a lower trade in the session. So what does it mean for the EV race and for some of VW's original EV plans? And does Tesla kind of need to be looking over its shoulder?
That's the question that we posed to a Bloomberg TV co-host of Bloomberg Technology, Ed Ludlow, who joins us in our San Francisco bureau. It was certainly a whoa moment for us, Ed, when this crossed yesterday after the market closed. $5 billion from Volkswagen to Rivian. What was your first reaction when you saw this?
Well, to be honest with you, I was zooming around the San Francisco Bay on an electric boat. And I'm serious. Go check out my... Yeah, and as you guys know, I covered Rivian so closely for so many years now. And without betraying confidence, I actually went to visit RJ Scaringe a couple of weeks ago. And he's either got a great poker face or this is one of the best kept secrets. But it was a big surprise. And what I'd say in summary, it's an excellent deal for Rivian that Rivian really needed in so many ways. And it's probably evidence that VW, who has really struggled with software in particular, had to do something to kind of get themselves moving forward in this new era of vehicles.
Ed, I'm curious. It's so funny. Over the weekend, I was actually chatting with a friend who
I thought you were going to say over the weekend you were on an electric boat.
No, I wasn't on an electric boat, but I was with a friend who drove up in his Rivian truck, and I was asking him about it, and he said, you know, the thing I'm concerned about is whether this car gets bricked if this company goes away. How badly did Rivian need this money?
You absolutely nailed it. I took a phone call last night from, let's say, somebody really close to Rivian and RJ Scaringe. And in the first instance, when you think about the big stock reaction, it's up to $5 billion of cash injection from VW over a 3-year period. Whether that materializes or not, we don't know, but it definitely shores up the balance sheet. There's been a lot of concern about the rate of cash burn. But also, it's really interesting the point you've raised. It's about the demand side of the equation for Rivian. The person that I spoke to was like, I think this is really good for people that are on the sidelines or on the fence about buying a Rivian. It gives some kind of legitimacy and support to the idea that if you were to buy a Rivian, they'll still be around in 5 years' time to service it because of VW's reputation and its scale, and it's a great partner to have.
Is that a legit concern? I think about the early days of Tesla. Weren't we kind of having a similar conversation?
I think so. I mean, Rivian, it gets bundled in with the likes of Fisker, which is, I think, filed for bankruptcy now. I just was on vacation, so I might have missed that.
It did. You were on vacation,
also,
but it did file for bankruptcy.
Lucid has never built any vehicles, really, but Rivian, to its credit, has, and it's deliberately constrained its own supply this year. They had some difficulty in getting those customers, but what I'm trying to tell you is, it's a legit company.
Yeah.
It's just... basically, the most bearish on the street look at their cash pile and look at their market cap and say, well, hold on, look at the rate you're burning cash. You've got more cash on your balance sheet than your market cap. The market's basically telling Rivian, we don't really assign you any value or any long-term value, at least, in what we think you're going to do. And I think this deal changes that narrative.
Ed, speaking of legit companies, Volkswagen, certainly a legit company. So what does VW get out of this partnership?
Yeah. Well, if you don't mind, let's go through the structure of the deal. So basically, VW takes an equity investment in Rivian. In the first instance, it's $1 billion this year in the form of an unsecured convertible note. And then they pledge to invest $1 billion next year and then the year after 2026. And in return, they get access to technology. What I've heard is that VW's Cariad unit, that was the unit working on VW's software to take on Tesla's kind of software platforms, has had major issues. They've really struggled to get their head around it. So Rivian's really good at software. They've got great talent. They regularly update over the air. The OS is good. VW gets access to that. And then there's this JV where they're going to build some EVs together in the back half of this decade. Sounds a bit wishy-washy to me, like these things often are. But it's just access to technology that Rivian does have. Rivian's not very good at building at scale yet, sure, but what they've designed is pretty good. I think Tim probably would have heard that from his friend who visited.
Yeah, he likes it a lot, and it certainly sort of fits the bill of everything he wants a truck to do, and he's happy with range and what he does with it. I am wondering, though, another question about VW, Ed, is what does it say about VW's ambitions for EVs, and it's certainly its lineup of EVs right now? I mean, they've got the ID4, but what does it say about VW?
It's cool because when I was in Europe and you're on the streets in Spain, I was in Spain, you see all these cars that you just don't know exist in America, and some of them are electric. So Volkswagen has other EVs in Europe, ID3 being one of them. But Volkswagen is going through what every other legacy OEM or automaker is going through, which is they've realized they can't go full send into electrification. They have this kind of bridge period where hybrids are a really big part of the strategy, and they'll have to continue to sell affordable combustion engine cars to bridge the gap, because right now that's what the consumer still wants. So this Rivian deal is a great example of a hedge. VW looking to a partnership with a pure play and saying, well, okay, this kind of gets us in the right ballpark technologically speaking. We're going to build vehicles together in the future. And in the meantime, we can carry on with what we were doing, which is building many gas engine cars and some of our own EVs.
All right, so what does this mean? How should those who are listening and watching us right now think about what's going on in the global EV race? I mean, should we expect more partnerships between players, some more consolidation? How should we be thinking? And should Tesla be worried?
I think so. Don't know that Tesla should be worried. Okay. I mean, there's a really well-read story on the Bloomberg today, which you will have seen, that Tesla is the best-selling seller of EVs.
Don't give it all away. We're going to do it right after you.
Okay, sorry. I'll leave it. But the point is Tesla's still number one. Rivian aspires to be like Tesla, but it's nowhere near right now. But the VW Rivian JV is just another example of something that's happening over and over. Think about all of the Tesla deals that have been done for the charging network with legacy OEMs, GM and Ford being the most prominent examples. You see collaboration in other markets, where GM, as an example, or Ford, as an example, work with local partners in China as a market. Like, it's not a new thing. Tesla has talked about outsourcing full self-driving. And if there's one lesson we're kind of learning here, and I'm sorry to repeat myself, Volkswagen's not very good at software. So, like, this is where those legacy names are at right now, and partnerships are the new norm. Real quick, I don't know how we have time, but I just want to make one really clear point, and I was really strong with the editors about this yesterday. Rivian's got a horrible track record in JVs. It ditched Ford, and Ford ditched them. Its JV with Mercedes lasted just 3 months. So if you were Volkswagen, you'd be going, well, if I'm dating Rivian right now, they're not really good at long-term relationships.
Kind of love that.
Maybe they're not good at long-term relationships until they are, right? That's all it takes when you're dating.
Yeah.
Right?
Which means the belle of the ball, Tesla, might not be so worried, which you have set us up for so lovely for our next story. We're going to leave it there. Ed Ludlow, thank you so much. And, of course, co-host of Bloomberg Technology and Bloomberg Television. We're going to stay in the EV space to the company that VW is kind of revving to go up after, and that is Tesla.
Yeah, it's a story about how Tesla is on the verge of losing a key bragging right that it's held for the past 6 years, outselling all EV competitors in the U.S. combined. For more, we've got in our Bloomberg studio, Bloomberg News senior reporter Tom Randall. Tom, good to see you. We knew this day would come. Tesla knew this day would come. This isn't a race that we didn't know the end would be, so far out for. Why is this so significant, though?
Well, I would argue that it's a little bit more than just a bragging right? Like, what they're doing by outselling everybody else in the market combined, having that kind of market majority is a rare and extremely valuable thing in the United States. And the other companies that have it, think about it. It's NVIDIA and AI chips, Apple with the iPhone, Google and internet search, Amazon with books. And each of those companies has been able to turn that market majority into $1 trillion valuation. Actually, all of those are $2 trillion valuations now. And Tesla was able to do the same thing, and it was worth over $1 trillion in 2021, 2022. And that's when its market majority was its biggest. And since then, the rest of the industry has been kind of closing the gap. It hasn't been able to maintain that kind of distance that those other companies have, and its market valuation has suffered because of it. And that having that market majority gives you a lot of different things. Not only economies of scale, first and foremost, for an EV maker, but it also gives you political power. It gives you brand recognition. It gives you the first choice in any kind of supplier arrangements. We might be seeing the end of that era where things were a little bit easier for Tesla because of their position in the market.
Well, speaking of that political power, I wonder if some of that, like, what's happened? I mean, the obvious thing is there's more competition, right? We were just talking about it with Ed Ludlow, but I feel like every day we're talking about the EV space and whether there's more names. We talk about Chinese competition, maybe ultimately being also another player. But I do think about the politicization or the political conversations that Elon is not shy to do sometimes, and I'm wondering if some of that has played against him.
I mean, I think that's certainly part of it. That's and when I talk to people, both consumers and analysts, that's always part of the conversation. But it's a very difficult thing to quantify, right? Is how much does political, do politics influence buyer choices? But there are plenty of other things that are going on right now, and some of them on Tesla's side, and some of them the rest of the market. And I think from Tesla's side, the biggest thing is that they just don't have new vehicles coming out at a time when everybody else is flooding the market in every single segment with electric vehicles. Tesla still gets 95% of its sales from 2 vehicles, the Model 3 and the Model Y. And the Model Y is, both of those are multiple years old. And, we have the Cybertruck now this year. It's slowly ramping. Right now, it sells for $120,000 for this kind of early buyer purchase price. We don't know what it's going to sell like.
And I think it's fair to say that there might not be universal demand for a vehicle of that nature.
I think that's fair to say. I don't think we will know until we see what the final price is, right? Like he originally said it was going to sell for $40,000. That all of this savings was going to come from the way they were building it and stuff. And if it was $40,000, I think you would have plenty of buyers. But I don't think that that's going to happen. We don't know.
The piece that we're talking about, the piece that you wrote, has a great chart in here that shows to what extent other U.S. vehicle makers, or rather other vehicle makers around the world, have surged in recent years, and what Tesla has done over the last year in terms of their vehicles. So who's sort of nipping at Tesla's heels right now?
I'm actually working on a story right now, so I won't completely give it away, but really kind of following that that kind of race for second place in the United States. But I will say, like, it's pretty obvious who's kind of in the lead right now, which is Hyundai, Kia, and General Motors. I think those two are kind of standouts right now. If you look in just raw numbers over the last 12 months, Ford is definitely there too, but they have the same problem that Tesla has, which is they don't have new vehicles coming.
But they also have the demand problem.
Yeah.
And that's the problem that Ford has. I mean, there was a time when we would be talking to you or a BI analyst about Ford, and they couldn't make these Mach-E's and F-150 Lightnings fast enough. Now they can't sell them.
Yeah, I mean, although if you look at their numbers, they're still up like 40% year over year every month. But month after month, 80% actually.
Which is higher, but not necessarily where they thought they would be when they were making these.
And off of
and
lows.
they've had to cut prices considerably in order to get there, and that's what's hurting them, and that's why they pulled back a lot of their investments.
If we, Elizabeth, if you can bring up the chart that shows, Tesla versus the rest of the world. So Tesla, for those on radio, obviously on television and YouTube, you can see this, but the white line has been Tesla, which has shown how dominant they've been in the industry. Below it, an orange line where everybody else was lagging Tesla by a wide margin. Now those two lines have merged essentially and met, if you will. Having said that, Tom, as the EV market grows, it doesn't mean Tesla, maybe they don't have as much share, but they're still a pretty viable business, right? And they still dominate the EV industry in the U.S.
They are absolutely dominant both in the United States and internationally. They sell more than 5 times as many vehicles as Hyundai, which is their closest competitor, nipping at them. But if you look at their trajectories, Hyundai is growing 50% year over year, and Tesla's actually...
It's the growth, right?
What about when we take into account all vehicles that are sold? Where does Tesla fall? So not including just EVs, but if you're comparing Tesla to a Ford or a VW or a Hyundai, who's selling? How much more are those companies selling than Tesla?
I'm sorry.
If we're talking about just EVs, it makes sense. We're doing apples and apples. But what if we were actually to make the apples and oranges comparison? Because people are still buying ICE cars.
Right.
I know people are going from EVs back to internal combustion cars for various reasons.
Well, in that case, then yes, Tesla is still just a small percentage of the U.S. market, and globally, like compared to Toyota sales, it's just a tiny fraction.
Yeah.
So it still has a long way to go that way. But they are different supply chains. There are different strengths, as we heard with Volkswagen and Rivian. When you have somebody like Volkswagen having to come to somebody like Rivian for help with software, that tells you that this is a different industry that we're in right now. And I think if you look at what Hyundai's doing, they have a full lineup,
Right.
from small car to large luxury 3-row vehicles. They've got it all. So does GM now. They're all coming out this year, but there's considerable demand for those vehicles, and they are ready to compete.
Great stuff. Great deep dive. Tom Randall, he's Bloomberg News senior reporter. So maybe a new era perhaps for Tesla. We've got a new era for Bloomberg Business Week. We're going to talk about that, and also the new Bloomberg Business Week cover story. It's on the Lux space. Not EVs, but another thing. That's next.
2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow Jones Industrial Average up now by 46 points, up 1/10%. S&P, though, in the red. Stocks are struggling in the final stretch of a strong quarter that has seen a small high-flying tech group lead the way. Today, however, we got NVIDIA among those names, moving lower. NVIDIA down 2.1%. NASDAQ, though, up 37, a gain of 0.2%. Micron, by the way, after the close of trading. 10-year yield 4.31%. 2-year 4.74%. Gold now down $19 the ounce, holding just above 2,300, down 0.8%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.3%. 81.07 right now for a barrel of WTI. New home sales slumped in May as elevated prices and mortgage rates continue to challenge the housing market. Among some of the housing names that we are following for you today, we do have shares of those companies trading a little changed. Case in point right now, we have got shares of Lennar among the home builders today, down just 16 cents. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, Carnival out with earnings before the market opened yesterday. Stock was up about 9% on that news. It's up it's up 20% since June 14th. It's up 8 days in a row. The most recent optimism, though, coming as Carnival raised its full-year earnings outlook after strong demand for cruises helped it post a surprise profit last quarter. So let's get to it. Let's get to our interview on this Wednesday. For more on the outlook of the company and the industry overall, great to have back with us Josh Weinstein. He is President, CEO, and Chief Climate Officer over at Carnival, joining us from their headquarters in Miami. Josh, great to have you back with us. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing well. Thanks for having me.
Well, it's good to have you here. It feels like you guys are firing on all cylinders. Your booking position, you're booked for next year already ahead of 2024 levels on occupancy and ticket prices. Give us more color around that. Like, as I said, it feels like you're firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, I think that we are, and it's really gratifying to see for the whole team. You know, we just wrapped up our second quarter, and we were able to report record revenues, record yield, record per diem, record EBITDA, and record operating income. So that was a really big quarter for us. And the best news about it is that was the actual results. But from a bookings momentum standpoint, as you were saying, the bookings that we took in just in the second quarter actually set another record. And it was the record for the most bookings we ever took for the forward year out. So in this case, 2025. So as stellar as 2024 is looking when it comes to the demand profile and the booking trends, 2025 is already shaping up to be even better.
So you can, like, pack up your bags, go home for a year. No, I'm just kidding. Hey, talk to us about...
go on a year-long cruise.
Go on a year-long cruise. Hey, how broad-based is it? Like, break it down for us. You guys have several brands, and I know about a year ago you did a restructuring when it comes to those brands, but how broad-based is it in terms of customer segment and geography?
Yeah, the great thing is it is exactly that. It is broad-based. So we're seeing strength from both our North American brands and our European brands. You know, to put that into perspective, the past quarter, the second quarter, because we're a portfolio of world-class brands, you know, brands are coming in and out of different economic cycles, different geopolitical issues. And whereas a couple of years ago, we were talking about our European brands just taking a little while longer to catch up than our North American brands coming out of our pause. In the second quarter of this year, their yields were up over 20% year over year. And so we're getting this momentum across the Atlantic and from all segments, be it contemporary, be it premium, be it luxury. We're really seeing strength in what we have to offer, which candidly isn't surprising to us because, first of all, as we've talked about before, we are an incredible value. So even though we've been successful in really pushing on that demand and getting our pricing up, we are still an incredible value versus alternatives. And not only are we an incredible value when you look at our alternatives, the service levels that we provide are unmatched. And they're just as good as they were from before the pandemic, which is not something that a lot of hospitality outfits can say.
I'm wondering about the trends that you're seeing when it comes to onboard spending, excursions. Are there any signs of lower spending once consumers are on board, or are there any signs of weakness that you're seeing anywhere, Josh?
Excuse me, no, not particularly. You know, in the second quarter, our onboards were up about 4% per diems year over year, and as you know, last year was up incredibly over the pre-pandemic period. So the trends that we look at to understand the strength of our consumer, we've got the results, we've got the onboard spending in real time, we've got the bookings, and all of those metrics for us are telling us that our consumers are incredibly strong. We've got incredibly strong brands that really resonate with the segments that we're going after, and people are absolutely still willing to spend on experiences. And that is exactly what we offer. Great experiences to create memories and happiness for a lifetime.
Hey, Josh, one of the numbers that struck me too is your total customer deposits reached an all-time high of $8.3 billion. That surpassed the previous record by over $1 billion, $1.1 billion to be exact. Does all of that turn into revenue that shows up ultimately on the balance sheet? In other words, are there cancellations that can happen? What do you see around that?
Yeah, there are cancellations that can happen, but the vast majority of that is going to come through ultimately in revenues. So that's a bit of a forward indicator of how we're doing. And that increase is really a combination of increased pricing, us elongating the booking curve, so taking bookings even farther out than we had even just a year ago. And, we're doing a better job of bundling our offerings so that people can spend in advance of the cruise, not just for the ticket price, but certain onboard experiences. So it's a combination of those things that we've been very focused on that are attributing to that increase in customer.
Well, that's something we've talked about, right? All of the bundling that happens before they even step on a ship, and that ultimately can lead to more spending. Because that thinking of, I've already paid for everything, right? You get on ship and you're like, wait, I can still spend. Like, that really works.
It does really work. It does really work. I mean, it's a good amount of time that goes between the initial purchase impulse and then getting on board. So having what we refer to as a second wallet available is real. And actually, folks who buy something of onboard spending before they get on the ship, they spend more on board than those who don't do anything in advance. So it's a very strong opportunity for us.
Okay, Josh, I'm wondering about pricing pressures that you may be facing at the company. You're talking about consumers who are out there spending. That's certainly strong. What about where you have pressure? Food prices, labor costs, fuel costs. What are you seeing on that front?
Yeah, the good news is there's been the deceleration of inflation. We don't see disinflation, but we certainly see a deceleration, which is encouraging. I think if you look at our P&L, you'll see on the crew and labor side, our teams are doing a real good job of trying to be mindful of the P&L and certainly pay a good living to people, but doing so efficiently. The biggest things that we see as a change from pre-pandemic times to now is probably that combination of two of the things that you said, food and fuel. Those are inherently more expensive, and we're doing our best because those are always going to be inputs into our business. We are laser focused on reducing consumption because no matter what the price is, if we use less, we will be better off. And so I'll give you two examples. On the food side, we are looking every which way we can to cut the amount of food we put on board, cut consumption, to be more mindful of the fact that we've got a lot of food waste in any given year. We've actually, because we put this focus onto it, we've been able to cut our food waste by over 40% per person per day versus where we were before the pandemic. And that is because we are giving so much thought to reducing the whole consumption cycle while still giving guests everything they want, but just being more thoughtful about how we do that. And on the fuel side, not only is it good for the environment, it's good for the bottom line. And even though we are over 30% bigger today than we were in 2011, we actually consume 10% less absolute fuel than we did back in 2011. We emit over 10% less absolute terms greenhouse gas emissions than we did back in 2011. So by being laser focused on that, not only can we be good, world citizens, we can make a huge impact on our bottom line.
Hey, speaking of being laser focused, you guys still have, I think roughly, I was looking at the Bloomberg, maybe around $30 billion of debt still on your balance sheet. I think $4.1 billion maturing by year end. How might the bookings and the outperformance there maybe power help with debt reduction? Like, what's your plans on that?
Yeah, absolutely. That is, when it comes to our capital structure, priority 1, 2, and 3 is reducing that debt balance. We've actually reduced it by $8 billion versus our peak, which is great. I predict we probably got another $1 billion or so to go as we get through the remainder of this year. That should get us to leverage metrics heading towards about 4.5 turns, which is a big inroads versus where we were just a couple of years ago. Now, what we see as a plan going forward is, in addition to the fact that our increased EBITDA and better business is going to help our metrics and help the shape of our balance sheet, we have intentionally reduced our supply growth, our pipeline of new builds in the medium term. And so we're looking at a profile with only one new build coming in 2025, none in 26, and then one in each of 27 and 28. What that does is it will allow us to take billions of dollars of free cash flow each year for the next several years to pay down debt. And that's exactly where we're focused. You know, I was a treasurer for 10 years, and we were an A- company. I know the power of having a fortress balance sheet.
Hey, Josh, I don't want to belabor the point here, but we're hearing over and over again from people not like you that they're starting to see some cracks form in the consumer. We're seeing some price wars happening in fast food right now. For example, are you seeing weakness anywhere in your business or anywhere in the consumers that you deal with?
You know, at a general level, no, we're not. We see the demand profile is incredibly high, and I attribute that not just to the value gap, not just that we're getting better at what we're doing, but if you think about it, you just put yourself in the minds of a consumer. If they are stretched, if they are looking to figure out, how do I make my vacation dollar go further? That is playing into what we have to offer, because we are bottom line, we're a cheaper alternative than lots of other things that they can choose to do, and they're seeing the value of that. They have friends, they have family who have taken holidays with us, and they can champion us on our behalf.
Josh, so appreciate it. Have a great summer. Josh Weidenstein, he's president and CEO of Carnival Corporation, joining us there from their headquarters in Miami.
Hey, let's go to Washington, D.C. now for a check of the latest world and national news. We got Amy Morris in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom. Hey, Amy.
Hi, Tim. The U.S. Supreme Court is poised to allow abortions in medical emergencies in Idaho. That's according to a copy of the opinion that was briefly posted on the court's website. Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel was talking about that ruling that was obtained by Bloomberg Law.
We've seen this exponential rise in both maternal mortality as well as infant mortality ever since the Dobbs decision came out. And hopefully, if this is a real ruling from the court, it will do something to curtail the number of deaths we've seen.
Dana Nessel was speaking with Bloomberg's Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines. Now, the decision would reinstate a lower court order that ensured hospitals in the state could perform emergency abortions to protect the health of the mother. The Supreme Court's press office says the opinion in the case had not been officially released. The Supreme Court has also rejected a challenge to the Biden administration's efforts to push social media companies to remove content believed to be disinformation. They didn't rule on the merits. Rather, the justices said the plaintiffs didn't have standing in the case. The court also pared back a public corruption law, saying that state and local officials who accept gratuities are not covered by a federal bribery statute. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks are churning in the final stretch of a strong quarter that has seen a small group of high-flying shares lead the way. S&P now down 3, drop there of 0.1%. NASDAQ 100 index just turning negative, down 1 point, little change there, while NASDAQ is up 35, a gain right now of 0.2%. The Dow up 0.1%, higher right now by 33 points. 10-year 4.31%, the 2-year 4.74%. Gold down $19 the ounce, 2,300 even on spot gold. Drop now of 0.8%. The West Texas Intermediate crude up 7 cents a barrel, 80.90 right now, a gain of 0.1%. Rivian Automotive shares up 21% as Volkswagen plows $5 billion into a tie-up with Rivian, which is the closest would-be rival to Tesla. We've got Tesla shares trading a little, actually up 4.5% right now, 195.90 on Tesla. Lucid moving higher by 5.2%. Volkswagen, the ADRs down 1.7%. Again, recapping, S&P down 4, down 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, he is the wealthiest person in the world, depending on the day, but I mean, come on. He has spent some 4 decades building up the House of Arnault and the clothes and accessories that signify status among the global elite. You know brands that include, of course, Louis Vuitton, Christian Dior, Bulgari. I'm going to hope I'm saying it right.
You wrote it, you read it.
Celine, Fendi, Tiffany, and more. He's not done. Let's get to the new monthly issue of Bloomberg Business Week. We welcome in the editor, Brad Stone, author of Amazon Unbound and the Everything Store. He, too, along with Bloomberg's Angelina Rasquet, wrote the cover story that is now available on newsstands on the Bloomberg and at Bloomberg.com/businessweek. Brad, we have been looking forward to this new redesign of Bloomberg Business Week. But for those who maybe aren't in the know yet, remind us about the redesign from the ground up.
Yeah, sure, Carol. So Business Week is now a monthly magazine, right? That's perhaps unusual, but it's a 100-year-old brand that stands for examining the biggest companies and names in business, and we continue the tradition every day on Bloomberg.com and now in the monthly magazine. This is a magazine that I think will surprise a lot of people. It looks different, it feels different, it's thicker, and our mission is to put a critical, significant force in business or tech or politics or economics on the cover every single month. And as you say, this month it's Bernard Arnault. I did not know a lot about him before starting this journey, but as you say, one of the wealthiest people in the world, $210 billion, has fallen a bit since the French parliamentary elections.
Right.
I think he'll be just fine. But he's now the 3rd wealthiest person in the world, and I think not very well understood.
Well, it's interesting that you mention elections because politics actually plays a big part in his origin story. So just sort of get into that a little bit.
It's interesting. He grew up in the north of France. His father ran their family's manufacturing business, had a small real estate component. He, highly accomplished, went to the best engineering school in France, joined the family business, got his father to reorient towards real estate, moved to the U.S. after the left won the French elections in I think the late 70s or early 80s. You're testing my knowledge here of French history, and really didn't do so well in the U.S., but woke up to the possibility of these small little luxury houses, often family owned, Christian Dior, Louis Vuitton, that weren't really being run as businesses, but were being more run as kind of cultural artifacts. And he was very opportunistic. He bought the company that owned Christian Dior out of bankruptcy in the early 80s and has been on an acquisition tear ever since, buying companies sometimes through sort of leveraged buyout means and assembling this huge empire.
Great story, though. I mean, Tim and I have been talking about this offline about Christian Dior and a New York cab driver. Can you tell us a little bit about that helped him kind of think about,
Well,
right?
he tells the story, and it has moved into mythology or legend.
Lore,
but
right?
apparently, when he was a college student in the U.S., he asked a cab driver at JFK, "Do you know the name of the French president?" And the cab driver did not know, but knew the name Christian Dior. And that, he says, sort of awakened him to the cultural resonance of these brands. And when we think about names like Louis Vuitton, Bulgari, Hennessy, Tiffany, which they recently acquired. You know, it is interesting. I mean, these are brands that have done extraordinarily well in China. You know, in a way that the Chinese luxury brands have never been able to do. And he's tapped into something that I think is true about this lifestyle and European tradition.
Well, I want to go to China now, because when he went to China in the early 90s, he tells a story of what he saw there. It's a far cry from anyone who's been to one of the mega cities in China in this day and age and seen one of the businesses that the company owns, perhaps on the famous street in Shanghai where all the luxury brands are. What did he see in China in the early 90s that gave him an indication that this is going to be a killer market?
Right. Well, we asked him about that, and in fact, I think the answer to that precise question was there was nothing. He was very skeptical. He said that one of his memories was that everybody was wearing Mao suits. And you know, if you've got a luxury business and a fashion business, you're probably like, is this the right place for me? And also at the time, the Western brands were confined to hotels, tourist hotels. So they were operating a Louis Vuitton store at the bottom of like the Palace, in the basement of the Palace Hotel. But obviously, he has ridden and been aggressive in exploiting the rise of China and China joining and not just China, but lots of countries in the Middle East and in Asia joining the global economy, the concurrent rise of an affluent class, and then the psychological need, it's so interesting, of people who are newly rich to feel like they're a part of, that they're distinct from their fellow countrymen, they're part of the global affluent class, that they feel special.
Right.
And he's just tapped into that need and sold a lot of handbags.
I thought that was interesting too, that you got into, like, he understood the power of logos, luxury logos in particular, right? And really understood that, kind of gave a marking to somebody who maybe was successful, but by having that logo kind of just cemented that position.
I think there was at one point in the company's history where they were arguing that the Louis Vuitton monogram had ceased to be relevant. And you fast forward today, I visited Paris for the story, and next to the Louis Vuitton flagship on the Champs-Élysées is a new structure that they're renovating. We don't know what it's going to be yet, and they've covered it in a sort of monogrammed facade, so it looks like a big Louis Vuitton trunk. And the number of tourists who flock to basically a building under construction to take pictures talks to the global resonance of these marks. And you couple that with the way in which he has exploited celebrity, Pharrell Williams at Louis Vuitton, Jay-Z and Beyonce at Tiffany, go down the list. Rihanna started her own brand inside LVMH. And the way, you know, celebrities flock to their shows, there's a reciprocal relationship, the celebrities posting on their Instagram, bathing in this aura of opulence that Arnault has created. It is about, yes, it's about the marks and the monograms. It's also about celebrity and a lifestyle that people aspire to.
He understands that. He understands social media. He's not on social media, though, right?
It's funny, all the kids are, and
he's got, what,
except
5?
for Delphine, the oldest daughter's not. The 4 other kids are, and Antoine, the oldest son, said, "Oh, he's on it, and he monitors, but he's not posting." And they tried to get him on Twitter at one point before it was X, and he was apparently reluctant.
So you met him. Tell us about the meeting and meeting him for the first time.
Well, this might surprise you, but he was better dressed than I was. He was, look, it's exquisite, right? I mean, the way he holds himself, the way he dresses, you know, to me, he was very French. I was probably very American, but he was generous enough to do the interview in French. My colleague Angelina Rasquet and I interviewed him, and just extraordinarily patient. I got the sense that he enjoys talking about, like, we were not there to press him on succession, on what the next company he's going to buy. I mean, we break some interesting news about that in the story, but we really wanted to know, you know, tell us, you know, share your stories. Tell us how you built this business, how you think about operating 75 disparate houses together. What are the synergies? What was it like, you know, visiting China recently, where in contrast to the first visit, throngs of people are out to see him and asking him to bless their babies. And so, you know, I feel like he got into it and had a good time with us. And then just sat for this extraordinary photo shoot with Reuven Affendor.
It's gorgeous.
And which, you know, makes for a really beautiful inaugural issue of the monthly Business Week.
Okay, we'll talk about the succession element to this in a few minutes, but before we get there, I just want to learn a little more about his empire, the real estate portion of this, because yes, he's known for these luxury brands, these luxury houses, but it's also a real estate company.
That's right. And another one of our colleagues, Natalie Wong, on the real estate desk here at Bloomberg News, really helped us with this. I would say it probably started more modestly a decade or two ago, buying real estate in Midtown Manhattan, on Rodeo Drive in LA. LVMH has a separate arm, sort of an investment arm, L. Catherton. They did a lot of deals through that. And over the time, it's gotten more and more aggressive, where they're now designing whole new shopping districts in cities like Miami, in Montreal, where a whole new luxury district is underway with LVMH as the primary backer, in Asia. And it just gives, well, first of all, a number of ways to win, not just on the sales, not just on the rent to rival companies who take store space, but on the underlying appreciation of the asset. Right. It's an extraordinary amount of power, because, we talk to rivals who say, if you're in the prime spot and LVMH wants it, maybe they're the landlord and you say goodbye because they're going to take the space from you, or the landlord is so intimidated by LVMH and its power that they force you to leave. And then we asked Arnaud, do you have too much power? And, his response is hilarious. It's along the lines of, well, if they're complaining, they're not very well managed. So he's got no sympathy. But this is a company, we talk about the advantages of the tech platforms and the power that they have to cast winners and losers. And I thought with this story, I was writing about the opposite. A figure in a company that has amassed business power in another way. But I think it's sort of the same. I think the real estate is the platform, and they own the platform, and they pick winners and losers and can anoint themselves by giving themselves the primary location, perhaps, discounts on rent, or it's just like the muscle to go and say, the corner of Fifth Avenue and 57th is the luxury capital of the world. They own 3 of the 4 corners now.
It's pretty amazing. It's pretty well. So you talk about that power, right, in terms of this, boutique of brands, if you will. And I just wonder if regulators, though, think, okay, is there too much power? Is that a risk at all as he continues to buy more and more brands?
I don't think so. There's, we highlight some deals that are now being looked at in the U.S. They're not LVMH deals, right, but different sectors of luxury. But, it's a different set of regulators. There might soon be a different government in France. I probably don't know enough. I mean, I would sort of speculate that they would face more problems from a leftist government than a rightist. Right. And that does seem the direction that France is drifting in now. But, one of the nice tantalizing tidbits at the end of our story is that he has acquired a personal stake in Richemont, which is the owner of Cartier and some other brands. And, he says he wants to maintain its independence, but this is how it starts with him, how he went after Hermes and Gucci, famously, that, he is not, even though he's 75 years old, done with his empire building.
The wolf in cashmere is how some inside luxury circles have referred to him. You write about him laying off thousands of people after acquisitions. What's his reputation within the industry?
Yeah, I would say, well, first of all, the layoffs, that was early on when, he was acquiring some of these brands as part of, like Dior, larger companies with a lot of inefficiencies and paring down to just the luxury assets. The wolf in cashmere was a phrase started by, I think, folks at Gucci and then later at Hermes, and the way in which he uses leverage buyout techniques to go acquire assets. I think he's viewed as a intimidating figure who brings some pretty ruthless takeover tactics and business tactics to the world of luxury. But I think there's also a lot of admiration and respect for what he has achieved. I think at one point maybe there was a colder view of him, but how can you not admire right now, and particularly now that he's been a major philanthropic force in France and he's sponsoring the Olympics. There's probably more of a halo now than there ever has been.
Just last question: what do you think people might be surprised about him in your coverage of him in the reporting that might be surprised to find out? I know we covered a lot of ground.
Look, I mean, if you're a follower of this world, there's some stuff in here that will surprise you. If you're not a follower, if you're even a sort of quasi business informed person, you might think that Bernard Arnault is married to Selma Hayek. He is not.
Exactly.
That is one of his rivals. And his wife is a concert pianist, extraordinarily impressive. So to understand who he is, his 5 children who all work in the business are also accomplished, and to understand how he has built this empire and the ways in which he now leverages his power, I think, is going to surprise a lot of people.
Brad, we lied. One more question, because you mentioned the children. I promised we'd talk about succession. 5 kids. Very briefly, who should we be watching?
Yeah, I mean, all of them, right? Because they're all remarkable. Delphine, who runs Dior, is the only daughter, the oldest daughter. She is the sole descendant on the executive operating committee of LVMH. So I think you'd have to say, like, she's got, she's probably, if we're going to talk about it in a race, and I don't know that they do, she would be the natural. But the way in which his youngest, Jean and Frederic, are getting increasing authority. Alexander, who now co-runs Tiffany & Co., and then Antoine, who is a non-executive chairman of Laura Piana and runs all the image and communication for the company. They all have their pieces, and my impression, by the way, in closing, is that, like people we know well, even though Mr. Arnault is of advanced age, he has no intention of stepping back. He is in it for the long haul.
And if you're playing tennis with him, do mention that rival, because it might give you a little bit of an advantage. Anyway, read the story.
Just don't wear Nikes in the store.
Do not wear Nikes in the store. Incredible. Brad Stone, congratulations. The new launch of Bloomberg Business Week, now a monthly. Brad, of course, the editor of Bloomberg Business Week. Bloomberg Business Week now on newsstands, online, and, of course, always on the Bloomberg terminal.
Hey, let's get a check on what's going on when it comes to the trade and business news. Here's Charlie Pellet for an update.
Thank you very much indeed. We are looking at a mixed market right now. ADRs, by the way, of Louis Vuitton, Moet Hennessy, LVMH. Right now, they are trading down 1.8%. We got the S&P, little change, down 1 point right now, less than 0.1%. Dow Industrials up 59, a gain right now of 0.1%. NASDAQ up 31, an advance there of 0.2%. 10-year yield 4.31%. The 2-year 4.74%. Gold down 0.9%, $22.99 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude flat on the day, 80.84 right now. After the bell, we will be hearing from Micron Technology. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week. And like we said, check out that new issue of Bloomberg Business Week. Great deep dive and getting a real feel of what's going on, certainly when it comes to Bernard Arnault. And you can catch it on our podcast feed in case you missed it. Having said that,
what's going on in the world of fast food?
One thing you might not find at LVMH.
There it is.
I don't even know. What a crazy segue. Apparently the McPlant is not coming to McDonald's anytime soon.
All right, this is a most read story on the Bloomberg terminal, and it's about a test from McDonald's of its plant-based burger that they did in San Francisco and Dallas. Was not successful in either market. Those are the words of Joe Erlinger, the U.S. chief of the chain. He said this earlier today at a Wall Street Journal Global Food Forum in Chicago.
Yeah, I love this, right? Consumers just not looking for any kind of plant-based proteins from McDonald's. You might remember, and Erlinger was referring to a previous test in the markets that ended in 2022. The company has said plant-based food has fared better in European markets, but again, the McPlant, not happening, at least anytime soon. I personally love the fries. What's not to love? All right, for those of you on TV, the close is coming your way in just a moment. On Business Week,
we got a great program. Non-alcoholic wine coming up at the end of the show. Before that, the CEO of the Brooklyn Navy Yard. All that and more on Bloomberg Business Week.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec. on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody. We're just 1 hour away from the closing bell. It's kind of a meh market, at least on the equity side of things, as I like to say. On the equity side, that's that. But on the Treasury trade, we've seen yields bump up a little bit.
All right, we're going to be speaking to Michael McKenzie in just a few minutes, all about what bond traders
It's a really
are betting
wonky
on.
story that I want him to make sense about.
Higher for longer? I thought we were talking about higher for longer.
So many different parts of the rates market. Like, who do we follow? What do we do? Or do we just remain data dependent and wait for the next Fed meeting?
Okay, speaking of data and all the data that's used to train AI in those LLMs, turns out it uses a lot of energy, Carol. It's a big take from earlier this week. Josh Saul is going to be joining us in just a few minutes. You are not going to believe the amount of energy that it takes to run one of these data centers or to run data centers that are now popping up all over the world.
Oh, Stenovic, I'm a believer. But I'm also curious about the investment play because we're feeling like a little bit of a slowdown, that maybe it's not going to ramp up as much as everybody thought. Having said that, what we have been seeing ramp up over in the Brooklyn Navy Yard is a big industry hub. So we're going to talk to the CEO of the Brooklyn Navy Yard, Lindsay Green. She's coming our way a little bit later on.
Also, how about a little wine sans alcohol?
What's the point? No, I'm just kidding.
Well, my question for her is, isn't it just grape juice if you remove the alcohol from wine?
You like non-alcoholic
I
beverages.
love non-alcoholic stuff. So we're going to be speaking with Rachel Martin. She's a winemaker. She's the founder of Oceano Wines. And I think she's bringing samples in.
All right, looking forward to that. Right now, though, let's get you updated on what's going on in the market trade. Here is Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much indeed. 58 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. The Dow higher, S&P lower, NASDAQ is advancing. We'll throw in the NASDAQ 100 index, the Russell 2000 as well. They are both lower right now. S&P down 5, 54.64, drop of just about 1/10%. The Dow up 29, up 1/10%. NASDAQ also up by 1/10%. 10-year 4.31%, the 2-year 4.74%. Gold down $20 the ounce now to $22.98, back below 2,300, a drop of 0.9%. Crude West Texas Intermediate 80.80 a barrel right now, down less than 0.1%. Investors continue to focus on comments from Fed officials while awaiting key economic data Friday for clues about the path of interest rates. Nadia Lovell is senior strategist at UBS Financial Services. She was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance.
We'll see what PCE holds on Friday and then payrolls next week. We know that we'll get 3 CPI between now and September. We think that the data is going to show incremental progress on that disinflation path and be able to give the Fed the evidence it needs to be able to cut. So we think September will be a live meeting. Maybe we'll get some sort of indication of that at Jackson Hole in August. So we're looking for one cut in September, then followed by another one in December.
Nadia Lovell of UBS. Rivian shares now up 19% as Volkswagen puts $5 billion into a tie-up with Rivian, which is the closest would-be rival to Tesla. ADRs of Volkswagen down 1.6%. Tesla up 4.4%. And Lucid up now by 4.2%. Again, recapping, stocks mixed, S&P down by about 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. I'm going to be very honest. On our read-in this morning, I read this story, and I was like, all right, guys, I know it's uber wonky, but it kind of speaks to the debate over kind of what happens
so well. I'm not
with
saying
U.S.
I
rates.
do it well, but we have a team that does wonk really well.
We really do. We do watch the traders in the U.S. options market and what they are saying when it comes to the Fed's interest rate path. So here to make some sense for us, because is it high for longer, higher for longer?
Or
is
300
it low
basis points of
for
cuts in
maybe
the next
sooner?
few months.
I know. This is our debate.
Yeah.
All right, so let's get to it. Bloomberg News rates reporter Michael McKenzie. He joins us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Good to have you here.
Great to be here.
We talk about this all the time about kind of what the rates market is saying, but there's different things you can watch in the rates market, right?
Yes, there is. And options are akin to hedging something bad that's coming or buying a lottery ticket on the expectation that something unexpected could actually turn out to be expected. It could actually come to fruition. So I think that trade in particular is interesting because if you look at current pricing by next March, just under 3 rate cuts are priced. So a little bit less than 75 basis points.
Okay.
But someone clearly who could have an existing long position, say in corporate credit, in mortgages, has decided, what if the economy does go into recession? What if higher for longer with just a couple of cuts isn't going to be the base case? That we all think, if you talk to most people in the bond market, that is the base case for now. So you look at the options and you go, well, I could probably get price, look 300, but the important point to remember here is they get a lot of money. That's the general tone of the trade.
Right.
But if it starts moving in that direction, if we go back to, say, pricing in 6 cuts like we were earlier this year, that trade starts to go in the money. And I think it's a trade that's set up for someone to actually say, if it moves in my direction and it keeps going, I can actually then take profit. And that's a real trade type approach.
How do you make sense of that, though? That's a gap in thinking, no?
Well, again, it comes back to the idea that the bond market is a clearinghouse of all different kinds of flows. There are short-term flows, longer-term flows. You have asset managers who invest for a long period, pension funds who invest for far longer periods. And then you have the sort of day-to-day traders. You have the momentum players. You have commodity trading accounts. All these people using futures. It's a mishmash of flows that together gives you a clearing price. And today, the clearing price for 2-year treasuries is 475, and for the 10-year, it's 430.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where it's all coming from.
Okay, so let's play this out a little bit. If this were to happen, if this bet were to come true, if this trade were to come true, what would the U.S. economy look like in order to facilitate 3 percentage points of rate cuts?
You're talking about a dramatic slowdown in the employment hiring. You're talking about an unemployment rate that's heading towards 5%. So, and that's kind of interesting because at the end of next week we get the latest payroll report. We're expecting to see the unemployment rate. Day after 4th
of July.
Yeah, day after 4th. So someone said to me today, an investor was saying, the real fireworks are July 5th.
Maybe.
But the thing is, if that unemployment rate starts ticking up a little bit more from 4, a September rate cut.
Is that 4% or expected to be 4%?
Yeah,
right? Yeah,
but if it ticks up, that's heading in the wrong direction. And the Fed's been quite vocal about this, that, if they see significant weakness in labor, they are going to start to look to ease. Now, the wild card, and we've had it from two economies this week, Canada yesterday and Australia today, inflation has ticked up. Canada cut rates recently. Now we're talking about, well, maybe they've jumped the gun a bit too far here, right? So maybe the Fed is right by being patient and just sticking to the sidelines and letting the data explain. Just let the data guide it. But at the moment, I think today's sell-off in part reflects this view that, well, are Canada and Australia the canaries in the coal mine here? Is inflation actually going to be sticky? Is that going to prevent sweeping rate cuts? But for the U.S. economy, it would take a significant slowdown in the jobs market to force the Fed's hand.
Fed's Michelle Bowman said, right, that she is concerned about the upside risks to inflation still.
She did, and I think Mary Daly, though, talked about, are we at an inflection point?
For labor, right?
For labor.
Right.
So this is clearly the big debate amongst Fed officials. And people like Bowman are very much in the hawkish side of things.
Yeah.
It just focused purely Bundesbank style on inflation, whereas other officials are saying, hang on, we have a dual mandate. And people sometimes forget that about the Fed. We've been focused a lot on inflation in the last 2 years, but they are also, that with that dual mandate, they have to, they've got to go to Congress twice a year and say, we're looking for full employment and price stability.
Okay, did you get enough wonk? Can we go to another story?
Yeah, we can go.
Okay.
Thank you for that, though.
Yeah, thank you.
Which is why we always bring you often, because the wonk changes from day to day.
Before we let you go, though, Michael, we're going to talk about your recent story with Liz McCormick about the bond market being in step with the Fed because it's about to slam into the U.S. election. How are bond traders watching what happens in November?
With trepidation, and it's really about the fiscal situation. Neither candidate is going to stop spending. One candidate particularly wants to keep ramping up tax cuts. You have tariffs in play as well from both sides. I think the real concern here is that at what point does Washington face a reckoning from the bond market about the spending? And we had a really...
Bond vigilantes.
Yeah, and the bond market will have to do something. It'll have to act. We've seen it last couple of weeks in France. Yeah. We saw it memorably in the UK when Liz Truss and her very short tenure as Prime Minister. And people with longer memories think back to the early 90s when the bond market
Bill Clinton.
Yeah, Bill Clinton.
Yeah.
Right? He was going to spend a lot of money and the bond market said, no, you can't. So it's always at risk. But I think given the deterioration in the budget, and particularly from what the CBOE said last week about the outlook, it is a concern and something will trigger it. We had a brief flurry of it last October. It's kind of cooled down a bit because Treasury's been issuing more short-term bills. But eventually, if you sort of look ahead to 2025, 2026, on present spending projections, they're going to have to end up selling a lot more longer dated treasuries. And again, it gets back to what is the clearing price? All things equal, it's going to be high yields. Now, that might not be a good thing for an economy that's slowing down.
Right.
So that's kind of what this piece is talking about. The piece is really about, yes, you're focused on the data. Yes, you're focused on the Fed. And the Treasury market is at the halfway point of the year, is just finally getting close to breaking even. So, that's the setup. But the election is a wild card.
It's something to think about ahead of the debate tomorrow. Michael, thank you as always. Michael McKenzie, rates reporter at Bloomberg News, here in our interactive broker studio. This is Bloomberg.
I wish you stopped wasting all my energy.
Okay, so we know that data centers that form the backbone of our digital lives are increasingly being tapped in the AI frenzy. We know that they use a lot of energy, but how much?
Right. Well, data centers, right, use more electricity than most countries. Tim, only 16 nations, including the U.S. and China, consume more.
Okay, that's just one of many kind of crazy numbers in the next story that we're going to be talking about. What's also wild is that the supply of power doesn't exist everywhere to power these data centers. So the almost overnight surge in electricity demand from data centers is now outstripping the available power supply in many parts of the world. This is according to a recent big take written by a Bloomberg News team that includes energy and climate disasters reporter Josh Saul. He's here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers
Your title
studio.
alone freaks me out, but you're welcome.
Yeah.
It's a great team. It's a great team, and thanks for having me on.
It is.
How is AI already wreaking havoc on global power systems?
Well, there's a lot of different ways, but one way I'd start is we've had an ongoing quest to purge carbon from our electric grids and build more green power, right? Like more solar and wind farms and fewer coal and gas plants. That's better for carbon emissions. That's better for climate change. And what happens when you add huge new loads, huge new power demands to the grid is it makes it a lot harder to retire those old plants. So instead of a coal plant getting shut down in Kansas, there's a big data center being built right on the grid right there. And the local utility tells its regulators, like, hey, we're not going to be able to shut down that coal plant as we expected because we need all this power to go into these servers, to go into these chips that are powering the data and the AI that we all use kind of on a day-to-day basis.
Give us a little bit more size and scope and context around how much more power is needed to fuel all these data centers.
Okay, so we had the CEO of NextEra in recently, and this is a big clean energy developer. They're also a utility, Florida-based. We had the CEO in down the hall for an ed board. He said, a hyperscaler asked him recently, the hyperscalers are the big tech companies, the Amazon, the Google, so they come to NextEra and they say like, hey, we want to build a data center, we want it to have, these factors, we want it to be able to draw this much power, and then NextEra develops the energy for them to do that. He said that one of the hyperscalers asked them for a data center that had 5 gigawatts of demand. So a gigawatt is about...
I'm just imagining Doc Brown from the Back to the
Exactly, just yelling gigawatt.
Doc Brown, is that
as loud as you can.
So wait, give us, for those who, what is 5 gigawatts?
So 1 gigawatt is about equal to the power generation of a nuclear reactor. So a big nuclear plant, like in The Simpsons or all over the country, that's 1 gigawatt. So this
you are
is
now my favorite person on earth, but go ahead.
Thank you.
Great reference.
So 5 gigawatts is a lot, and then he's Florida-based, so he used the example. That's more energy than Miami uses. So we're talking about one data center campus, one collection of data centers, just running those electrons through to keep the data and the AI going using that much energy.
Piece of cake, just build them. I'll have it up for you in a week.
He says it'd be a combination of solar, wind,
How do you do that?
Wind and storage. Well, he's very excited about their sites. He says they've got the best sites, and there's developers all over the place trying to build a lot of clean energy to power all these sites.
How quickly can we build all that stuff?
It's pretty hard. We've got an interconnection queue that's backed up.
What does that mean?
Right, good question. In order to hook new solar or wind onto the electric grid, you have to have approval from local regulators and the local utilities, and that takes a long time. So yeah, I'd say the wreaking havoc is sucking up all the energy. And then an interesting thing, a guy at an energy conference I was at today, an executive from one of these energy companies, he says, in the old days, which he said was like 9 to 12 months ago, before the AI surge, he said if you had a big new power demand, demand. The problem, and if you couldn't get new generation online fast enough, the problem was just that, oh, I guess we'll just keep some old generation online longer. He says now the problem is if you can't get it on fast enough, you can't build the thing that you want to build. So you can't build the new data center, you can't build the new EV factory. So it's actually holding up. It's holding up our industrialization, it's holding up our economy if you can't get the power, which has not been the case in this country for a very long time.
Hey, Bill Gates was on Bloomberg TV a little earlier, and he said that artificial intelligence will, quote, pay for itself when it comes to associated greenhouse gas emissions, as the tech will help push forward the energy transition. He says that AI will make data centers more efficient, helping represent a smaller share of future power demand. How do you, given what you wrote for this big take earlier this week, how do you take a comment like that?
So there are a lot of ways that AI can be, I mean, for lack of a better word, really amazing. And I mean, to take what he says in a broader sense, he's talking about AI making us more energy efficient. It's kind of everything from, you know, your house running more energy efficient to kind of simple things like, oh, we're not in the house, the temperature can come up a couple degrees, or maybe the dishwasher should run in the middle of the night when power is cheaper, kind of some simple things like that, to some really complex things like, you know, your EV that's charged in your garage should take power off the grid when it's when power is cheap, and then put it back onto the grid when power is expensive. So that's pretty exciting. I mean, that's hard to do on like a whole grid scale. So AI taking over some of those kind of tasks and making our energy system better, that's what he's talking about.
And to be fair, Bill Gates is an investor in some small modular reactor companies.
That guy loves nuclear.
Yeah, he loves nuclear.
Yeah, right. We've talked about that. But wait, the power that's needed for that AI to help us become more efficient is going to use a lot of energy. Right? Do you know what I'm saying?
We have to generate a lot of power
in order to get to that place where the AI that can then help us.
Yeah, sure. Yes.
So, okay. So how do you see, I mean, I'm thinking about the grids that are already stressed that are out there, Josh. I mean, if we can't, like, I mean, how quickly are we going to be able to ramp up demand, whether it's solar, whether it's wind, whether it's coal? Unfortunately,
right.
Somebody
I would say, quick fix. How fast can we ramp up generation? The demand is the thing that's coming up really quickly. And
I'm talking about generation.
How quickly do we ramp up
the
supply
side?
The supply in order to generate it. It's really hard, and it's what we've talked about some with fossil fuels staying online for longer than we would ideally like if we're trying to decarbonize.
Right.
And then lots of new generation like offshore wind, solar, and et cetera.
Josh, 30 seconds left here. Is there a chance that the U.S. can't do this quick enough and it becomes a loser when it comes to these data centers, and other countries are able to get this because they have, you know, cheaper energy or more available energy, wind, solar, hydro, et cetera?
2 quick points, because of national security concerns and other things of that ilk. A lot of data has to remain in country. You know, you can't have all of our medical records in some country that we don't even have that great of relations with. And then 2, the energy companies I'm talking to, from gas companies to solar developers, they are pretty excited about having a bunch of new demand, a bunch of new customers. So they are not saying, oh, we're not going to be able to do this. They're more saying like, man, we've been doing pretty good. Now we're going to be doing great.
Unbelievable. Check it out, folks. It's a deep dive into all of this. Josh, thank you so much. Josh Saul, he is Bloomberg News energy and climate disasters reporter, joining us here in studio. Coming up next, we're going to be joined by the CEO of the Brooklyn Navy Yard. Take a look at what they are doing when it comes to industry development.
3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, looking at a mixed market right now with the Dow higher, NASDAQ as well, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index, both trading lower, right to the numbers. S&P down 3, drop there of 0.1%. Stocks are struggling for direction in the final stretch of a strong quarter that has seen a small group of high-flying tech shares lead the way. The Dow up 21, up less than 0.1%. The S&P down 0.1%. NASDAQ up 0.1%. 10-year 4.31%, 2-year 4.74%. Gold down $21 the ounce now to $22.97, a drop of 0.9%. We've got gold back below 2,300, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.1%, 80.76 for a barrel of WTI. As for the economic backdrop and markets heading into the second half, Katrina Dudley is senior investment strategist at Franklin Templeton.
When we look at this soft landing scenario, we're very positive as we go into the second half of the year. I think that we've got good earnings support. We have a labor market that is not inflationary, and we do think that if I look at the impact of AI and all of those things, we think it's positive for a lot of sectors.
Katrina Dudley of Franklin Templeton. New home sales slumped in May as elevated prices and mortgage rates continue to challenge the housing market among home builders today. They are lower. KB Home down 3%, right down by 1% right now. We've got Lennar down 0.6%. Toll Brothers down 0.5%. Pulte lower by 0.4%. Recapping a mixed day, little change on the S&P, down 2 points now, down less than 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie. Thank you so much. You are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Master along with Tim Stenovec. U.S. Supreme Court poised to allow abortions in medical emergencies in Idaho. This is according to a copy of the opinion that was briefly posted on the court's website. This is a Bloomberg exclusive.
Yeah, Bloomberg Law obtained a copy of the opinion that appeared on the court's website as the justices were issuing 2 other opinions Wednesday morning. The copy of the opinion isn't necessarily the final ruling, given that it hasn't been released. But here to tell us what all this means is June Grasso. She's host of Bloomberg Law on Bloomberg Radio at 6 p.m. Wall Street time. June, catch us up here.
So what it may likely mean is that, this is electronically distributed as well as at the courthouse. A lot of the things at the court are still on paper. So apparently, what we would guess is someone pressed a button and then realized that they had done that they shouldn't have. And the court is not saying what happened, and the court says you're going to have to wait for the decision to come out, in due time.
Okay. Well, as Carol mentioned, the Supreme Court is poised to allow emergency abortions in Idaho, a big case that a lot of people have been watching.
A big case, but not on what we call the merits.
Right.
What they're saying is it's called a dig. We dismiss because it was improvidently granted. We shouldn't have granted it in the first place. And so there are 3 in the majority, basically, the 3 liberals, 3 concurrences, the Chief Justice, Justices Kavanaugh and Barrett, and then the 3 dissents are the 3 most conservative justices. So there's not 6 to say that the federal law supersedes the Idaho law. They say that in the concurrence, in the majority opinion by Justice Elena Kagan, but the concurrences don't say that. So there's not, we can't come out and say this is the new rule. We can't say this is not going to be a question in the future, because what's going to happen is the case is going to continue below. They took this case at a stage when they normally wouldn't take it. Right. It hadn't gone to an appellate court yet. And so what's going to happen is it's going to go back and be litigated again. So it was the 3 liberals who came out and said that the Idaho law should, go after, or that the Idaho law should be superseded by the federal law. What was really interesting is Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson wrote her own concurrence, and she said that the court was, she used the word punting. She said the court was punting, and she said that today's decision is not a victory for pregnant patients in Idaho. It is delay. While this court dawdles and the country waits, pregnant people experiencing emergency medical conditions remain in a precarious position as their doctors are being kept in the dark about what the law requires. And she's right. This doesn't tell us anything, really.
Why did the Supreme Court take up this case if you said that they don't normally do this?
Good question. Well, I think because the position, there's a really strange procedural history here. So at the point that what they did was there was a lower court injunction in place to stop the law from being used while the litigation played out. The Supreme Court came in, and it was appealed to the Supreme Court, the injunction, and the Supreme Court said, no, we're going to lift that injunction. So the Idaho law was able to remain in place. And, you know, part of what the Justice Kagan was talking about was the effect on the ground in Idaho that this law has had, where you've had women having to be flown off to different states to get treatment, and there were a lot of doctors who submitted briefs talking about how, you know, it was a dangerous situation. So it's better than it's better than it will allow Idaho now. It will allow the emergency EMTALA, the federal law, to remain in effect in Idaho. And as the case proceeds, and as Justice Jackson said, you know, kicking the can down the road. It's not done. And so, and like another case today, that social media case, it's another case, you know, where it's not done. They issued that on standing grounds, technical grounds. So, I mean, they're not deciding a lot of these hot button issues. And I think this was an issue that they didn't want to take up right now.
Why? But then again, why take them up if you're really not going to come to a decision? Or is that, you know, I gotta go get a law degree because this part of the legal process.
See what it is in the social media case. Sometimes they're put in positions where they feel like they have to take it. So the Fifth Circuit, a lot of these cases, like the mifepristone case, the social media case, and this other social media case that's coming up, the Fifth Circuit is the one that said that the Texas law, social media laws, is okay, whereas the 11th Circuit, which is conservative, but not as conservative as the Fifth, said no, the Florida law, which is almost the same, is not. So the Supreme Court, the Fifth Circuit is pushing the Supreme Court to take some of these cases because their position is so much to the right, and they do novel legal issues. So the Supreme Court has to sort of smack them back into place. And this, you know, it used to happen with the Ninth. It used to be the Ninth Circuit was the most reverse circuit ever, but this term, I think the Fifth Circuit already has 4 reversals.
June, before we let you go, the Trump immunity case, when do we expect that?
Well, my question is, because I'm off on Monday, is the court going to finish this week? I can't see them doing, they have 12 cases, 2 are like duplicates, but can they do that in 2 days when today they officially came out with 2 cases?
Right.
I'm not so sure. And then it may go into Monday. I think it's going to be the last day of the term.
It's going to be busy.
I really do.
I think it's. So that is.
Because look at all these split decisions. There are how many 6-3 decisions today? 3.
So last day of the term is.
Well, there is no official last day. Usually it's the end of June.
Good luck, Carol.
I have no good answers for you. What can I say? Don't be disappointed in me. It's not my fault.
We're never disappointed in you, June. We are never disappointed in you. You're the best.
The last week of June, and they get out and they go away. You know, before the July 4th holiday.
Hey.
The only time in recent memory when they haven't is during COVID.
It's only a coincidence that her name is June also. Okay? June Grasso,
really
host of Bloomberg Law on Bloomberg Radio at 6 p.m. at Wall Street time. Thank you, June.
Welcome.
This is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Bloomberg Quick Takes Tim Stenovic on Bloomberg Radio.
Well, on the Brooklyn waterfront, sandwiched between South Williamsburg and Dumbo, bordering Fort Greene, you'll find the Brooklyn Navy Yard. Maybe you've been to Wegmans or some of the other more than 450 other businesses that operate at what for more than 150 years was a shipbuilding facility that launched ships, including the USS Maine and more. Now, the Brooklyn Navy Yard wants to be a hub for the health and beauty industry for women and minority-owned businesses, and it's allocated $25 million to help achieve that goal. As you know, June is Pride Month, and all this month we're featuring here on Bloomberg Business Week voices on topics related to equality. We've got with us Lindsay Green, the president and CEO of the Brooklyn Navy Yard. She's here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Okay, before we get to this investment, Lindsay, you've got more than 450 businesses at the Navy Yard. Wow, okay, we've got to update some numbers here. 550. They employ more than 11,000 people. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
According to your team, they generate more than $2.5 billion per year in economic impact for the city. You've got a good view of the health of the economy of the city. How's it doing? How's New York City doing? How's Brooklyn doing?
Brooklyn's great. I mean, if you ask Borough President Antonio Reynoso and before him, the mayor, Brooklyn's been great for decades. It's a really valuable brand, and it's a really valuable its own ecosystem. It might rival Silicon Valley at this point as a place of innovation.
Well, walk us through, we were talking in the newsroom that Brooklyn Navy Yard, a lot of us know. You live in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
You know it really well.
I ride on that bike path right by the Brooklyn Navy Yard all the time, the
As
Greenway.
do I. I bike to work.
See, but we're a global audience, right? And we're a national audience. So tell everybody about kind of what that development was and where it is today.
So at its peak, the Navy had 75,000 people working at the Navy Yard, and it was really a center of innovation and inclusivity for the Navy. They had their first diesel ships, their first, some of them are, the submariner safety systems were built there, and we've carried that through. And so you have companies that are based at the yard that are really at the frontier of their field, whatever it is. We still have a functioning shipyard. It's a second generation Hispanic owned business, which is amazing. Shout out to Alex Gomez. And we've got people doing robotic arms for the Mars rover. Somebody else trying to make consistently fermented bacteria for kombucha. I'm a kombucha drinker, so I like that stat. People making bedazzled denim jackets, other folks making body armor for special forces. It really is a range of businesses, and one of the best signals I can point to of the health of our economy in particular is that we had about over 1.5 million square feet kind of come online at the Navy Yard in 2019 and 2018, and all of that space was basically fully leased up through the pandemic.
One of the things that is known by everybody about New York City is it's incredibly expensive. So oftentimes you don't see a lot of industry happening here that's new, right? You have the established industrial areas like Gowanus and some other parts of the city that are sort of zoned for that right now and going through rezoning. But how do you provide a space that's affordable while not giving up on other types of income?
Well, I think first and foremost, it matters that we're a city-owned property, right? The Navy Yard, basically, when it was decommissioned in the 60s, was given over to the city. It took the city decades for a whole host of challenges we all know about, fiscal crisis, et cetera, to really reinvest in the Navy Yard and get that employment back up into the thousands. But we start with being a city-owned asset, and so our job is to be a place of economic opportunity and growth. And so in that regard, we effectively get subsidy from the city. And we pass that on to our tenants in the form of just how we structure the leases and the fact that we make a lot of the capital improvements in the buildings. So it's always going to be a bit more affordable than private market industry. And we don't cater to some of the forces that have been driving up industrial rents in the city, which is e-commerce distribution.
It also sounds like the development was very purposeful in terms of having, like you said, diversity in terms of industry, and I'm assuming in terms of business owners. Is that fair?
Yes, 40%, just about 40% of our business owners at the Navy Yard are either women or people of color. And that has, again, continuing the thread, the Navy employed, almost 10,000 women in capacities. We had a lot of Rosie Riveters at the Navy Yard. And it was also a legacy, particularly for Black employment in Brooklyn for a long time. And so we maintain that in the demographics of who works there. And even as industry evolves and gets more advanced, through our employment center, through the creation of the Brooklyn STEAM Center, which is a next generation technical high school, and other things that we do, we're keeping an eye on how industry evolves and gets more technical, and making sure that our local residents in Brooklyn and the city can keep up with that.
Well, go ahead, Carol.
I am curious, though, like during the pandemic, how did the Brooklyn Navy Yard fare?
We fared really well. So a couple things happened. One is the Navy Yard was kind of the brain trust of local manufacturing work that spun up to help produce PPE and other necessary medical or just other, sanitary supplies.
Yeah.
Our bourbon company, bourbon distillery, made hand sanitizer.
And also probably sold a lot of bourbon.
That's what I was thinking. And probably also
Yeah.
still sold a lot of bourbon, but their tasting room wasn't open,
Yeah.
right? So it became a makeshift hand sanitizer bottling station. A bunch of the companies made masks. Two of our companies, Lafayette 148 and Cry Precision, Cry makes the military special forces uniforms. They basically figured out how to reverse engineer a medical gown. And created a technical packet to be distributed across the city to other garment manufacturers and said, hey, we're all going to make a medical gown. I, at the time, was working at the Economic Development Corporation. I was helping source fabric from all over the place because it's a different type of fabric that doesn't allow germs to pass through, and helping distribute it to a lot of these manufacturers. And so The Navy Yard businesses collectively made, I think, over 10 million pieces of PPE, and that's just the handful that were involved in COVID response. And they did that because a lot of them, they've been here for a long time. Some of them are second-generation businesses, and they wanted to help. And it was a way to keep their workforce going.
Yeah.
And then you had other businesses that were innovating and doing amazing things, businesses that were created. There's lots of stats out there about downturns in particular become opportunities for entrepreneurship, and we had a lot of businesses that came to the Yard in 21 and 22 that were a handful of people and now are up to a couple dozen.
Pretty impressive.
Lindsay, is there room at the Navy Yard for expansion right now?
Yes, there is.
How much? Give us a percentage of what's been developed into what can be used for the types of businesses that you talk about versus what's left for you to do there.
So what's left is an interesting concept, actually. We are in the early stages of planning for our first new construction industrial building. Most of the last several decades, we've been putting money into the infrastructure the Navy built and making it a little more modern and suitable. We had a couple of new buildings that were built as additions to the Wegmans complex, but by and large, we had buildings that dated from World War II.
We did a story on Wegmans being in Brooklyn, just so we knew this was a big deal, but go ahead.
Yes, some of the buildings date from the Civil War, right? Yeah. And so when you look at what is needed to accommodate, high growth industry that's going to happen, that is probably going to need industrial space, all of the companies working to address climate change and coming up with that's stuff. It's a device you need to help seal up your brick building that has no insulation better, or it's a new mini split AC heating system, all that stuff. It's physical. We will have space for them. We're going to build a new building. And
do we talk? Go.
Well, before we let you go, we got to talk about this $25 million grant that's going to help achieve the goal of becoming a health and beauty industry hub for women and minority-owned businesses.
Music to my
How
ears.
does this work?
So if you hear stories about health and beauty entrepreneurs and wellness, they're famous for fabricating in their kitchen, right? There's the stories about somebody making a hair care product or a facial product on their stovetop, and when you sell at farmers markets or you sell at other boutiques, and you get to the point where you need to make your first several hundred, and most traditional manufacturing facilities only want you to make thousands. And so what the team at IO Labs has put together is a state-of-the-art facility that will have order quantities that are suitable to scaling entrepreneurs. You can come and ask them, can I make 300 of this? And they'll say yes. And they have a team that is staffed and equipment that they have researched and know what to install, so that they'll be able to do toothpaste or sunscreen or a crazy hair care product like I use on my daughters. And so all of those things you can get in one place, in addition to all the support around connection to how do I market, how do I talk about a toothpaste on social media,
Real
how do
incubator and kind of manufacturer.
Yeah, it's a combination incubator and contract manufacturing.
Very cool stuff. Thank you so much. Come back soon and let us know how it's all going.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Really fun. Lindsay Green, President and CEO of the Brooklyn Navy Yard.
Hey, let's get an update on everything that's happening in the markets, because we got less than 21 minutes to go, Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much indeed. We're looking at a mixed market. Truth be told, we got the S&P lower, little change, but right now, let us head over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. U.S. stocks quiet in a choppy session today. The Dow is currently up 26 points. S&Ps are a little changed, and NASDAQ is higher by 48. The U.S. 10-year yield at 4.31%. Gold is down 20. Oil is little change, and Bitcoin, that's sinking by 1.6%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, only consumer discretionary and telecom were in the green. Energy was under pressure, and leaders to the upside in the Dow, Amazon and Apple, while Amgen and Travelers led to the downside. After earnings, FedEx climbed at 15%. General Mills fell 4%. And in deal news, Germany's Bosch weighs a bid for Whirlpool. In other news, Jenna Partners has a stake in cybersecurity firm Rapid7, and Amazon hit $2 trillion in market cap. Wrapping things up, Micron reports after the bell. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. To hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type Squawk, SQUA, on your Bloomberg terminal. Bill mentioned Micron after the bell. Micron's more than $62 billion artificial intelligence-driven rally will be facing a test of whether it has jumped too far. Investors will be seeking proof of earnings growth and solid future demand in the earnings release that comes up after the close of trading. And again, ahead of that report right now, we do have shares of Micron Technology. They are advancing by about 0.6%. Micron right now at 142. Speaking of those chip stocks, NVIDIA moving lower right now. NVIDIA down by 1.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no.
Who's gonna drive you home?
Honey, please, I'll do the driving.
Drive on.
Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's
the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, TikTok, everybody. Just about 18 minutes left in today's trading session. Charlie, of course, breaking down the numbers here. We're slightly higher across the board, but really call it unchanged, if you will. Keep in mind, we
You know
get
who
it.
has a hard job today?
Who?
Anyone finding decliners.
I know. I was. That is you.
Oh, that's me. Yeah, that's me.
Hi, my name is Tim, and I can't find any decliners.
Yeah,
I
I
had
got
so
some,
many
but-
gainers.
I know. It's an embarrassment of riches.
It was.
All I'm saying is I hope you got Amazon.
So sorry, I do have Amazon in there.
You do?
Okay, yeah, I do.
All right,
Thanks to you.
Yeah.
Hey, if you look at the S&P 500.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
What's amazing is if you look at the S&P 500, most names are lower.
Yeah, but they're not interesting.
357.
You got to be.
Moderna's down 10%.
All right. Well, that's an interesting one.
But Tim makes a really good point. I had a lot of names to choose from. If I look at the major industry groups in the S&P 500, there are 11. There's only one in the green, and that's green. Excuse me. That is consumer discretionary, up more than 2%. Everything is down, not necessarily a lot, but nonetheless. Actually, communication services, call it it's just up about 0.07%. But all right, so 2 of the 11 major industry groups are higher, but it's really consumer discretionary that are outperforming.
Okay, I'm not going to jump the gun and tell you too much about my decliners, but you mentioned Moderna, and we should talk about why it's lower.
All right, let's go.
Shares sank. They're down more than 10%. This afternoon data showed the efficacy of its RSV shot fell sharply in the second year and was lower than that of rival vaccines.
All right, so interesting, right? Listen, Moderna coming out of the pandemic, COVID vaccine was just such a winner, but it's been trying to really find its way forward in terms of, kind of the new or the next blockbuster, if you will. Stock is up 23% so far this year, but as you said, we're seeing some declines today.
I'm just thinking about the vaccines and the way we take vaccines.
Yeah.
Well, we get the flu shot every year.
Some of us.
Yeah.
I forgot last year.
You
I couldn't
did?
get it. I couldn't get it. Like, our company's really cool. Like, they did.
You just got to walk downstairs and get a flu shot.
Did you get it here?
I think I got it
Oh,
here.
I missed it. And then I don't know. I just didn't get it from the pharmacy. And then there was a point where I'm like,
maybe
all
I
right,
didn't-
it's the
yeah.
end of January. I think I'm okay.
Okay, we'll get it next year if you want. I'm not going to tell you what to do.
Right? I know.
If you want to get it. But does the RSV vaccine turn into the type of shot that we get every year?
I don't know.
Because
I don't know.
Pfizer is working on a shot too, and the efficacy of Pfizer's shot declined from 86% in the first year to 74%. In the second year, GSK's vaccine fell from 79 to 59%. So I wonder if this is another yearly shot.
I think who knows? You go to probably the medical profession or professionals, and they would say certainly the most vulnerable have to think about whether it's the older population, sometimes it's the younger population, sometimes it's those with underlying diseases that you think about that maybe are going to be the most likely to do this. So I don't know. It's something to think about, something
Doesn't
we
it feel
shall
like
see.
we're talking about vaccines again? It feels like it's 2021.
Not as much, where we were nonstop. Having said that, like you said, that's one of the decliners. Charlie talked about Micron. That is certainly going to be something we're going to be focusing on after the closing bell. It's up about 66% year to date. We're seeing the stock just up a hair, up about 0.6% here. But we will see, because this is one that has definitely outperformed the overall broader trade. It's because of AI, and it's going to get a test. And this is something we talk about, earnings in general. It will be the NVIDIAs. It will be everybody involved in AI, whether or not the growth continues to be there, whether or not the uptake and the utilization of AI and the expectations and spending on CapEx, whether or not it'll be there. We'll see.
This market is just flat, at least on the equity side.
How's the decliner list coming?
Yeah, I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
All right, let's get into it. Let's get to our drive to the close, guests. And with us right now is Janet Rilling. She's Senior Portfolio Manager and head of the Plus Fixed Income team at Allspring Global Investments, joining us from the Morningstar Investment Conference at the Navy Pier in Chicago. Janet, nice to have you here. Fixed income, though, is really your focus. I am curious, first of all, there you are at a conference and an event. What's kind of the major themes, especially when it comes to the fixed income world and maybe the rate environment world, which certainly will impact all of those fixed income investments?
Yeah, so the topic, of course, that everyone wants to talk about is the level of rates and the Fed. They want to know, is the Fed going to be cutting this year and by how much? And of course, that's what the market's been debating as well all year long. And, you know, in our opinion, it's really the data that's going to dictate that. The Fed has pretty much plainly said that they're data dependent. And the data, you know, continues to paint a little bit of a muddy picture. We've oscillated between weaker data, which would be more supportive of a Fed rate cut, and then at times we get a little bit stronger data. So that is what is causing the uncertainty today in the fixed income markets.
All right, so muddy picture, data dependent. You got to make choices for your investors, institutional and other. Are you data dependent in making those decisions, or what drives you in terms of where allocation should go for some of your clients?
Well, we're certainly watching the data as well. And then when it comes to duration, we do have a more neutral duration posture because we think the range of outcomes is quite wide. But that doesn't mean there aren't things we can do in the portfolio. What's interesting right now about fixed income is if you look at treasury rates, they're actually the highest they've been or near the highs of the last 15 years, while spreads on credit are near the tightest levels. So the approach we're taking is to put high quality income into our portfolios and then let bonds do what they do, which is generate income. And then we're well positioned in the event we do have a risk off. And if we do get one of those risk off moments, we'll be ready to redeploy into some of those lower quality and higher yield sectors, such as U.S. high yield and emerging markets.
I want to go big picture here because we talked to Mike McKenzie, who reports on rates a little earlier in the hour. And we asked him about, he's got a story out about the election and what happens to the bond market when in November or on its way to November. And I'm wondering how you're thinking about the way that bond vigilantes could rear their heads in the case of either one of these candidates winning the next election.
Well, certainly it's difficult to position for the unknown on the election. However, some things that we do know is both candidates are likely to continue with the deficit spending, and that does not bode as well for the long end of the Treasury curve. That those deficits will need to be funded, and so we do think there could be more pressure on the long end of the Treasury curve. So we have favored, when we do position across the yield curve, to overweight more in the 5-year area and to be more underweight in the 10 and 30-year.
Where do you not want to be in this environment when it comes to the fixed income world? And we only have about 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think it's not to avoid any particular segment. Rather, we favor being very well diversified, but again, have a more high quality tilt. So can you allocate to places like structured product, which has high quality yield for this current environment, and then nice liquidity so that you could redeploy those proceeds that we have a risk off. So again, no specific place to avoid, but lower allocations to those higher beta sectors,
right?
So that you can be ready to pivot.
Sounds like you want to be nimble and a little bit liquid so you can move around. Janet Rilling, thank you so much. Senior Portfolio Manager, head of the Plus Fixed Income team over at Allspring Global Investments, joining us there at the Morningstar Investment Conference out in Chicago. All right, folks, just got about 10 minutes left in the trading day. We're going to head over to our TV colleagues shortly, break it down for you. This is Bloomberg.
your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We are minutes away from the latest numbers out of Micron Technology. Analysts expect a strong report from the memory chip maker. Jake Silverman covers chips for Bloomberg Intelligence, and he was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Radio.
Demand has sort of stabilized. It's begun to recover across smartphones, servers, PCs. We're now starting to see pricing continue to increase, and there's a lot of optimism that will continue throughout 2024 and into 2025 as well.
Jake Silverman of Bloomberg Intelligence ahead of the report. Micron shares, they're up by 1% among other chip makers. Advanced Micro Devices down 1.8%. NVIDIA shares pulling back today, narrowing, paring their losses. Right now we've got NVIDIA shares down by about 0.7%. Big day for Rivian stock. Rivian up 23.5%. Rivian soaring as Volkswagen plows $5 billion into a tie-up with Rivian, which is the closest would-be rival to Tesla. VW and Rivian are set to jointly develop battery-powered vehicles and software, a partnership that will give the German carmaker access to Rivian's technology. Again, Rivian up by 23.2%. ADRs of Volkswagen, they are down 1.5%. Tesla up 5.3%. Lucid advancing now by 3.6%. Interactive Brokers took a $48 million hit after a New York Stock Exchange trading disruption this month and is considering its options to recovering the money, including possible legal action. And Reuters shares are surging today. Reuters advancing after, Whirlpool advancing after Reuters reported that Robert Bosch of Germany is considering an offer for the appliance maker Whirlpool, right now up 16%. Those are our top company stories. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stennebeck on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, just under 5 minutes left in today's trading session. Going to head over to our TV colleagues in just a moment and count you down to the close. Of course, Charlie mentioned Micron earnings, so that we will be breaking down. That's a big one in the chip space and really the AI expectation space. So we'll be breaking their earnings and watching for some reaction there. Having said that, a story that caught our attention, we're just going to tease it a little bit because we're going to dig into it a little bit deeper.
Maybe we will.
With our
It
TV
depends on
colleagues.
what Micron reports. This is a little idea of how the sausage is made. I'm not going to give everything away. But yeah, you got to be on your toes.
Where do you want to start then?
High earners. Alex Townsend has a great story out here. It's among the most read on the Bloomberg terminal. And it's about how making ends meet in the coming year is a rising concern for U.S. consumers, including those folks who make $100,000 a year or more, according to a survey from the Philadelphia Fed.
Yeah, more than a third of consumers in the survey said they were concerned about making ends meet in the next 6 months, compared to 28.7% from a year ago. The share of those reporting concern over the next 7 to 12 months also climbed. What's interesting, too, about this, higher earnings were the most likely of the income groups to be in the category. About 30% of those making at least $150,000 reported being concerned about their finances in the next 6 months. So it sounds like those that are making more money are more worried about things. Am I reading that correctly?
We're going to have Alex on to interpret maybe some of it for us. More than a quarter said they worry about the next 6 months, up from a fifth the year before. Yes, you're right about that. Higher income earners were the most likely of the income groups to be in that category. So yeah, you're right.
More than 2/3 of respondents took some kind of action to cope
interesting.
with increased financial stress over the last year, including cutting back on spending, skipping monthly bills, or taking an additional job. More than 14% of those earning $150,000 and up said they withdrew money early from the retirement savings.
Look, I think it's fair to say that $100,000 today doesn't do what it did 5 or 6 years ago, especially if you have kids, if you are a sole earner for a family.
You live in the New York metro area?
Or any metro area, for
or
that
any
matter.
metro area.
I think
exactly.
the child care part of this is huge.
Yeah.
And paying back the student loans as well.
Yeah, it's pretty depressing. And listen, we talk about it in the newsroom. Colleagues, like we just talk about the higher cost of everything. So nobody is immune from all of this, and we're definitely seeing it play out. Anyway, we'll tee up, and we may get into that with our TV colleagues in just a moment. Having said that, we are counting you down to the close on this Wednesday, folks. Interesting market read, Micron earnings coming your way in just a moment. We're going to head over to our TV team. The closing bell starts right now.
He's immune to it.
Bloomberg starts right now.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close, starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic and Alex Steele here to take you through the closing bell. It's now our global simulcast. Scarlet Fu joining us in the TV studio. Carol Master and Tim Stenovic in the radio booth as we welcome our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms here on this Wednesday afternoon to parse all the crucial moments of the day.
Yeah, I don't know about the crucial moments. Maybe a treasury auction. I don't know. Maybe just a countdown to the inflation print on Friday. Having said that, we did see some buying into the close. Romaine, you did see the S&P, all of the major indices actually tick a little bit higher. But if you look at those numbers as you were breaking them down, and that we will break down at the close, we're seeing little changes here, Tim.
Yeah, and I think I'm wondering if the summer's just going to be like this with the really quiet trading days, maybe until the end of the day when we see a little more activity. The bond market, not a snooze today. Seeing yields move higher over there.
Yeah, pretty decent auction for a second day, for a second time in as many days. But, I think about how we've got the end of the quarter and the end of the month and the end of the week coming up this Friday. No one really wants to get ahead of that core PCE data. And if you look at the gains that we've seen this quarter and this month, pretty respectable. 4.3% gain for the S&P 500 this quarter, 4% gain for this month. You don't really need to position before it.
You know what nothing's going to do? Nothing's going to get in the way of the dollar right now until you get through all that data. I mean, this highs since November for the Bloomberg Dollar Index, putting some serious pressure on the yen, and you wonder when that starts to break stuff.
Yeah, certainly the dollar elevated here on the day. We're seeing a bit of a pullback in the Treasury space, pushing yields higher, and green on the screen for the U.S. equity markets. It could have been a different story, with most of the major indices opening the day in the red. Most of them are going to finish the day in the green. That includes the Dow Jones Industrial Average up about 21 points, just a fraction of a percent as we wait for those numbers to settle here. The S&P 500 up about 9 points, or 0.2%. The NASDAQ Composite 87 points higher, or 0.5%. But the Russell 2000, that's going to hold in the red here on the day, lower by 4 points, or 0.2%.
All right, to the S&P 500 we go, guys. Certainly much more of a negative risk-off trade. If you look at the individual components, 332 names in the S&P 500 lower for the Wednesday trade. Scarlett, you've got 168 to the upside, 3 unchanged.
And because we got that last-minute lift in the major indexes, we now see 3 sectors finishing in the green. 2 of them are among the biggest, right? Consumer discretionary up a healthy 2% thanks to Tesla, Amazon, and the cruise line operators. And tech went from negative to positive in the last hour or so, gaining about 0.4%. Communication services also gaining as well. On the flip side, energy, financials, and healthcare have been weak all day long.
All right, everybody, let's get to some of the individual gainers. Amazon, did you see that? Rallying up to $2 trillion for the first time, so a record there. It's up roughly, I think, about 27% so far here in 2024. So no surprise to see it a top gainer among the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ 100. So again, up about 4% here at the close today. Got to go to FedEx. We broke down their earnings right yesterday. Number 1 gainer in the S&P 500, finishing pretty much at its highs today, almost 16% to the upside. The company forecast profit above Wall Street expectations, said it would buy back $2.5 billion worth of stock over the next year. So really a big lift to that one, and really kind of the signs of that sweeping reorganization and cutting of costs really taking hold. Micron, though, coming across the Bloomberg.
Yeah, adjusted revenue in the most recent quarter coming in at about $6.8 billion, relatively in line with street estimates. They were looking for about 6.7. We should point out that's about an 80% increase from the quarter about 1 year ago. Here's your bottom line number here. Adjusted operating income, $941 million. The street was looking for $869. Adjusted EPS, 62 cents a share, a big beat of about 12 cents a share there. And here's your guidance going forward. The company saying the growth, it will continue. 4Q adjusted revenue, the company guiding to $7.6 billion plus or minus $200 million, so interesting there, and adjusted EPS of about $1.08 plus or minus about 8 cents. So you see the shares moving lower here, guys, in after-hours trading.
Yeah, is this just not enough for something? Alex. Like it just wasn't enough of a beat? Wow. I mean, these are really strong numbers.
Yeah, but this is a stock that had surged 67% this year, riding the coattails of AI excitement. Since the last earnings report, up 48%. So it really needed, investors really wanted to see a wow.
Is it the cash flow from operations, $2.48 billion versus $24? I mean, that's huge. But the estimate was for $3.24 billion. I don't know. I don't know whether we're splitting hairs here, but investors aren't splitting hairs. The stock's down 8% here in the aftermarket.
Yeah, adjusted operating expenses even came in below estimates at $976 million versus estimates of $1.01 billion. Again, those revenue numbers coming out, beating expectations, $6.81 billion, up 82% year over year, beating the estimate of $6.67 billion. Adjusted EPS, 62 cents. Beating estimates of 50 cents.
I do wonder, though. I mean, I'm just looking at the revenue forecast, the range that they gave of 7.4 to 7.8 billion, and the street's kind of in the middle of that range. So I don't know if this is more about just expectations were so elevated. Again, they were looking for 7.58. So if you take the lower end of that range, that could be a miss, and maybe that's causing some people concern. They're also forecasting adjusted gross margins for the fourth quarter, their fiscal fourth quarter, of 33.5% to 35.5%. Again, the lower end of that range would be below the average of street estimates of 34.5.
But check out this headline. AI demand drives 50% sequential data center revenue growth. That is truly an unbelievable number, and that's the AI demand side. That's not accounting for the actual cyclicality of things like PCs and smartphones and stuff like that.
It is a real big sea change that we've seen with Micron, because not so long ago we were talking about this glut of memory chips. Remember how everyone had bought up all these memory chips during the pandemic, then they were hoarding them and drawing down on them, and Micron was suffering from this, and then all of a sudden the AI story kicks in.
Fourth quarter adjusted gross margin, 33.5% to 35.5%. The estimate was 34.5%. So again, I can't tell whether it's widening up some of the forecasts a little bit. So, and if you're on the street, and like Scarlett, you mentioned, the stock is up more than 60% so far this year. Like, do investors say, hey, listen, I don't want any room where you might be a little bit lighter than what we've been thinking?
And we should also point out, you're also seeing some of its peers also move lower. Western Digital down about 3% here. Also, some of the bigger chip makers like Supermicro, Broadcom, basically all your AI favorites, and NVIDIA all lower in after hours trading.
You know, the company hasn't posted yet the press release to the website for any color. It hasn't been updated since last quarter. It's not yet on the terminal.
It just came out, actually.
It did just come out?
Yeah.
Okay, so I better keep
and the first thing they
refreshing.
say, the president and CEO, Sanjay Mehrotra, is robust AI demand and strong execution enabled Micron to drive 17% sequential revenue growth, exceeding our guidance range in fiscal third quarter. We're gaining share in high margin products like the high bandwidth memory, HBM, and our data center revenue hit a record high. So again, AI mentioned several times in this one paragraph.
Yep, excited about the expanding AI-driven opportunities ahead. They're well positioned to deliver a substantial revenue record in fiscal 2025. The stock paring the losses a bit, now down by just about 5.
I am curious, though. Like, I mean, what would you want to hear out of them on the conference call? Because, I mean, sometimes we'll see a reversal once the executives have a chance to explain themselves. But what can they say here that you think would
I want to know people are buying and spending. I want to know the capital expenditures by, customers and clients are continuing, right? I want to know that those orders are coming in.
Yeah.
I think something also to know is what we've been getting at is just taking a look at the fourth quarter revenue earnings estimates, and so why that low end was a little bit lower maybe than expected, maybe why that forecast is so wide. Why do they have so much uncertainty with that?
Well, shares actually, they're recovering a little bit, down about 4%. They were down as much as 8% a little earlier in the after hours. Again, this is all just happening in the minutes after the trade. A lot of questions maybe will be answered on the call when it starts at 4:30, but maybe not.
And to get a sense also whether executives are being extra cautious or, and holding back and kind of dropping a surprise during the conference call.
A surprise? Wow, it's going to be like...
It's like Bob Iger. He puts on a show, right?
Because at the end of the day, we all know that this is still going to be cyclical. We just don't know what that looks like. We don't know what the AI chip story looks like in a cyclical world. We know what the regular chip stories is. We don't know how quickly it's changing. So any sort of color on that, I would find quite interesting.
That's the thing, though, too. Every time we talk about this, I mean, everyone talks about like this is just some sort of endless addressable market, right? I mean, isn't there a point where, you've bought all the super chips out of NVIDIA, you've bought all the memory stuff from Micron or Western Digital or whoever? I mean, at some point, doesn't it tap out?
Well, the idea is that then these companies develop chips that are even more advanced that those customers then need to go buy to train their AI even more.
How much are those going to cost, though, Tim?
You got to,
a lot of money.
New chips.
If you have to ask, Romaine, you can't afford it.
I can't afford it.
What I will say is Bloomberg Intelligence, even Citi, Bloomberg Intelligence, they were talking about, could post results above the midpoint of its guidance range. Citi, we expect the company to post results and guidance above consensus. So I think it maybe just goes back to a little bit of expectations. I mean, so I don't know.
And what?
Stock's still down about 5.5%.
Up 66% so far this year.
Yeah.
So expectations high.
Okay, sounds like there's some questions for the execs on the call, guys. All right, that is a wrap. Our cross-platform coverage, breaking down Micron earnings and the market close on this Wednesday. Radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. We call it Closing Bell. We'll see you again, same time, same place tomorrow.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
It is a Bloomberg Business Week. That's Carol Masser. I'm Tim Stenivek. Carol, earlier we talked with Josh Saul, right, about the staggering energy use of AI.
Yes, we did.
You mentioned that the billionaire climate tech investor Bill Gates, one of the wealthiest people in the world.
Heard of him?
He said on Bloomberg TV earlier that AI will pay for itself when it comes to its associated greenhouse gas emissions, as the tech will help push forward the energy transition. He said that AI will make data centers more efficient, helping them represent a smaller share of future power demand. This he said in an interview earlier.
All right, well, with some thoughts on AI, what it means to our workflow and world. Back with us is the CEO and founder of Creatio. We're talking about Catherine Costa-Riva. And Creatio, you might remember, is a CRM, or what we call a customer relationship management company. They sell software that automates workflows. And Catherine joining us on Zoom from Boston. Catherine, good to have you here with us. How are you?
Hello, Carol. Hello, team. So good to be here again. I'm wonderful. How are you?
We are doing well. It's interesting. We're just coming off Micron, which is one of the big players, certainly when it comes to AI and AI growth and AI expectations. Having said that, give us a gut check on where we are in terms of AI and kind of the evolution of what it's going to do to our work world, what it's going to do to our workflow. Where are we? What are you seeing since the last time we talked?
Thank you, Carol. Happy to do that. But if you don't mind, let me start with the big news of Creatio today. We announced the capital raise, $200 million at a valuation of $1.2 billion. That's the announcement that came out today. And this is the largest capital raise here in Boston, at least in Massachusetts state, in 2024. So we're very, very excited about that. And obviously, a lot of this investment is going to be going into our Copilot and AI capabilities in Creatio, in the product itself, in our R&D and product. So happy to chat about that.
Yeah, we definitely want to get to that, but we're dying to get your thoughts on you last joined us in April. Before that, I believe it was in the late summer, early fall. And between then and now, so much has happened in the world of AI, and so much has happened at least the publicly traded companies that are reporting about their customers and how much they're selling. We've seen some software companies just collapse because of the way that the budgets have been shifted when it comes to these IT departments. What are you seeing in your world?
Yes, happy to share that. So, and the reason why we raised this capital of $200 million is partially because we need to invest into AI more and more, because we see the future of this no-code development when actually the applications will be developed by AI. And as you probably remember, Creatio is a no-code platform, which means the applications and workflow automation happens without any coding, with the help of knowledge workers, non-professional software developers like business analysts or business people. And the next stage in this no-code world is combination of AI and no-code. And this is exactly where we invest in our funds, because what we're seeing is the future when AI is going to be creating those applications and automating those and building those workflows instead of people. So yes, that's a massive transformation happening right now. I will tell you, Tim, the following: whenever we talk to a client, and mostly our clients are large, mid-sized, large organizations, AI capabilities is an absolute must right now. Like the application, workflow management application, CRM application must have AI capabilities out of the box.
Is it already changing workflows at companies?
Yes, we're seeing a lot of examples where AI does work instead of the users of the application. I will give you multiple examples. Let's say call center, or let's say Salesforce automation or lead management. Whenever we get a new lead, the response to this lead is being automatically generated by AI. Whenever the call is coming in, or a request or customer service request, let's say, the response to the case will be generated by AI. So we see multiple cases inside Creatio that are currently being utilized by our clients already, but the expectations are much larger. Expectations are to have the platform, and that's exactly what Creatio is building, to have the platform that you can say, listen, I need to automate the workflow for a call center, healthcare company, and with all the details, and AI is going to build it for you. You just give instructions, and AI is going to build it for you.
Catherine, walk down a path with me. So in a week from now, we're going to get another monthly jobs report. So I am curious that if this all plays out like you are telling us, it is going to lead to a lot of jobs not being needed anymore. So talk to me about that. And at the same time, companies who are investing aren't yet letting go of those employees, so are they kind of hedging their bets whether or not AI is ultimately really going to change their workflows? Are they going to still, or are they going to really still need people?
Yes, brilliant. And we have a very firm position here. Are we seeing that some of the jobs actually they are disappearing right now? So, for example, in the collection world, we're seeing some of our clients who automate their collection processes with the help of Creatio. They are reducing the number of roles in the company thanks to AI capabilities of Creatio. So this is definitely coming. But at the same time, Carol, the new roles are emerging and new professions are emerging. Listen, we are in the middle of the fifth industrial revolution. This is pretty obvious. And AI is actually in the center of this revolution. And what has been happening since industrial revolution number 1 or 2, jobs have been disappearing and new jobs have been emerging. So exactly the same is going to be happening right now.
But there's going to be a disconnect. It's going to be a little uncomfortable. It's got to be at some point.
Right now.
Yeah.
Listen, any disruption, any new era is uncomfortable. So any change is uncomfortable. Even small changes are uncomfortable. So yes, it's going to be uncomfortable for sure. But it's already, let me put it this way, from my perspective, from what we're building at Creatio, this has already happened. It's not a question if AI is gonna run workflows. We're gonna be in the center of no-code automation and CRM automation. The only question is how fast we as a vendor can deliver all those capabilities of AI. So it's already happening right now.
Okay, Catherine, very briefly, I think it was Regina Martin-Adams yesterday at Bloomberg Intelligence who talked to us about how companies are not yet, it's a similar question to what Carol asked, how companies are not yet talking about their margins going up because of efficiencies created by AI. Just very briefly, when do we start to see that?
To see, like, again, we're talking mostly about mid-sized and large organizations. So let's continue this example of mine of a collection agency. It's a massive company with hundreds, maybe a little bit more than 1,000 of employees. Yes, they are not replacing some roles in the organization, but we're not talking about massive cost reduction as of right now, as of today. So team, to answer a question, I don't believe that we're going to see the massive reduction right now immediately, but evolutionary is going to be happening. The process is going to be happening, and people will be taking on the new roles, and the old roles going to be disappearing.
Okay, I do want to talk about the news today that you announced raising $200 million at a $1.2 billion valuation. How are you using the money?
Investing into AI. That's how we're.
Good answer. Okay.
biggest.
So is this the last time you raise money before an IPO?
We don't know. And Tim, that's a great question, by the way. I had my all hands meeting today early in the morning, and the folks asked about an IPO. And the real answer is, what is exciting about Creatio that we still feel, although the company is a unicorn, that we're in the beginning of the journey. There are so many things that we will be building, and we're building right now. And it's definitely a very exciting journey in front of us. If we're gonna need an IPO, we're gonna IPO. It's not gonna be a problem. If we need another capital raise, we're gonna raise capital from private investors. As of right now, it's a minority investment. This is the second investment in the history of the company. The company was bootstrapped.
Got it. Okay.
how many years.
All right. It's like you were a fly on the wall today, Tim.
I know. I was in the all hands meeting.
Catherine, be well. Look forward to the next conversation. Catherine Costa-Riva, she's the CEO and founder of Creatio, joining us there from Boston. Shares of Micron still down about 8%. Some headlines coming. We know the forecast failing to meet lofty expectations, but DRAM, it also sounds like supply to be below demand. This is Bloomberg.
It's 4:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Big tech falling in late trading after Micron's outlook failed to meet the lofty expectations for the industry that has been driving the bull market after hours. Right now, we've got shares of Micron Technology trading lower. Micron down by just about 6%. Turned out to be an up day after all for the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. A lot of this happening in the final few minutes of trading. 8-point gain on the S&P, which is now at 54.77, up 0.2%. The Dow up 15 points, little change. NASDAQ up 87 again today of 0.5%. We did see a turnaround for NVIDIA, lower for much of the day. NVIDIA today up by about 0.3%. 10-year 4.31%, 2-year 4.74%. Spot gold fell 1% today, below $2,300 the ounce. Gold right now $22.97. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.2%, 80.64 for a barrel of WTI. So again, recapping, stocks higher today. Micron Technology lower after hours, down now by about 6% after earnings. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Okay, I don't need to tell you this, but if you've recently looked at the drinks menu in a bar or restaurant, then you know that one of the fastest growing parts of the overall alcoholic drinks market is non-alcoholic
I know this
alternatives.
because of you.
Yeah, I can't stop
To be
talking
quite
about
honest.
it. But BCG has the numbers. Are you ready for them?
Yeah.
Okay, 7%. It's the expected compound annual growth rate of non-alcoholic drinks globally through 2027. That's when the drinks will comprise close to 4% of the overall market. Surprising to me that it's not higher, but it's a big market.
Why is it surprising to you?
Well, I thought it was going to grow bigger. It's a huge market, and it's
Yeah.
still a tiny part of the market, but it's growing extremely quickly. Again, data from IWSR cited by BCG.
Now, the rise of non-alcoholic beer is something we've spoken about quite a bit with smaller players such as Athletic Brewing.
Not so small anymore, I guess.
No,
Yeah.
exactly. And you are a fan. Big time.
Yeah.
And even the global behemoths, including Anheuser-Busch InBev. Listen, people are looking at what's going on in the marketplace.
Okay, we've never actually had on a guest to talk about non-alcoholic wine
She is our
until
first.
today. Rachel Martin is a winemaker. She's the founder of Oceano Wines. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. How are you?
I'm great, Tim. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. Okay, so I think the joke that everybody would say when you talk about non-alcoholic wine is like, okay, is it just grape juice?
It's definitely not just grape juice because we ferment the grapes to wine and then we remove the alcohol.
How do you do that?
Removing the alcohol?
Yeah.
It's a spinning cone column.
Okay.
It's a form of vacuum distillation.
So why do you think that non-alcoholic beer has seen this rise, but it's like much harder to find non-alcoholic wine? Is it harder to create a good non-alcoholic wine than it is non-alcoholic beer?
I think it's more difficult because with wine, you're starting out with a fresh ingredient, grapes, and with beer, they're dried ingredients. So I think from out the gate, it's a more difficult process. The non-alcoholic wine market is growing, but the quality has been low to begin with. And now we're seeing more high quality. Oceano Zero was the first ultra premium non-alcoholic wine to hit the market.
So talk to us a little bit about how you got here, right? Because you've been in the industry for a long time doing, I'm assuming, alcoholic wine.
Yes, and I still do alcoholic wine. I got into the industry, my family owns a vineyard and winery, and I went to the University of Bordeaux School of Enology to prepare myself to run their business. And then I fell in love with a particular vineyard in San Luis Obispo, California called Spanish Springs, and I founded Oceano, all based in homage to that vineyard. And then getting into the non-alcoholic space, I was looking to reduce my consumption of alcohol a bit, moderating, not eliminating alcohol from my life. And I tasted other products in the market, and I realized that fine wine was not being made non-alcoholic.
I love that you went there. I was just, I think this weekend, I think I was reading through the New York Times app and reading a bunch of stories, and something kept popping up. And it was a wine, but it was less alcohol and less sugars and organic. And I was kind of interested in thinking about kind of my own world. And not that everybody thinks I'm a wino because I talk about it so much, but I'm really not.
She's not, I promise.
And it's really
Spent a
hard
lot of time
during
with her.
a work week to kind of, so I'm beginning to
Yes.
think more about this or something that's not alcohol, no alcohol, because I like the taste.
Well, wine is an integral part of our lives and socializing, but alcohol maybe isn't the right choice for particular moments. And that's why non-alcoholic wine is so great, because you can have it at brunch, or you could, or you can moderate. So you could have, traditional wines, and then at the end of the night, move to non-alcoholic.
Are you trying to replicate the taste of a wine that has alcohol in it with these varietals?
Well, the great thing is that I don't have to do that because I'm starting with a traditional wine. So in our non-alcoholic wines, it's wine and a little bit of sugar to balance in the absence of alcohol, a little bit of potassium carbonate to lower the acidity, but everything else is natural to the wine. So you're smelling Chardonnay and you're smelling Pinot Noir.
And you're actually allowed to call it wine, right?
Yes, because it is wine.
Okay, because I've noticed that some of the
That's a great
beers
question.
that
Yeah.
I buy that don't have alcohol in them, they don't actually say beer on them.
What do they say?
They say brew.
Oh, interesting.
And I don't know if there's some like type of law that they're not allowed to say beer.
I don't know the answer to that question, but for non-alcoholic wine, some brands, they're adding back juice or water or adding flavors, but we don't have to do that because the quality of our wines are so high to begin with.
So go back to how you make it. So because we as anybody
Well, first,
who's
Carol,
what
if you're driving on if you're driving out to Pismo Beach, okay, on Price Canyon Road, all you do is take a right turn, and then you find yourself at the Anza Vineyard. Yeah.
You know this really well.
Yeah, I actually visited the vineyard, not even knowing that it was your vineyard. Probably back in December.
Yes. Well, I fell in love with the vineyard, as I said, because of its proximity to the ocean, which you can actually taste in the wines, and we'll get into that. But it's such a unique place that I knew I could make wines that, had a sense of place, which is why wine lovers, go to wines for that. It's more than beer. It's more than other, beverages. Wine is something that we know is the greatest beverage, ever made.
Well, there's nuances to it, right? And as you say, like I think about that too, like near the ocean, like you pick up those elements. So is it, okay, so go back to we do have a lot of folks on who own vineyards around the world, and we love to get into kind of the nitty gritty, and there's a lot more of an environmental component. We've talked with organic wines. Is it made exactly the same way?
It is. So our grapes are sustainably certified, so they're grown without herbicides or pesticides, and all the water is naturally available on the site. But we, as far as like other vineyard owners, it's a great opportunity. If you have excess grapes or your winery and you're looking to appeal to more customers, then non-alcoholic wines is a great thing. There is a reduction in consumption of alcohol in general and wines in general. So it could be a great opportunity for wineries to get into the non-alcoholic space.
But so how does it become no alcohol? Like that's why I want to understand the difference of like,
when you explain it, you made it sound very easy and simple, but like
so
I kind of need a whiteboard or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, what's the difference in the process?
Are there some beakers we could
like? Where does all of a sudden like the alcohol get sucked out or whatever?
Okay, so you take the wine and you put it into a machine. It's called a spinning cone column.
Okay.
So that's a stainless steel column with a series of cones that spin, and what that does is it spreads the wine into a thin layer, so making it easier to extract through vacuum distillation the alcohol. So first, the aroma compounds sit on top of the alcohol. They're removed, the alcohol is removed, the aromas are added back into it.
What do you then do with the alcohol that you remove? Can you do anything with it?
Yes, you absolutely can.
Can you make hand sanitizer? Like, what can you do with it?
You can clean your tanks with it.
Okay.
You could also use it as an alcoholic beverage.
Like a little moonshine or something?
Something like that.
Okay.
You could, pour it on ice.
Just gotten more interesting all
I mean,
of a sudden.
honestly, pour it on ice, put a little tonic, put a wedge of orange or something, and I think we have a new product.
Okay, there you have it.
Making non-alcoholic red white, is it as easy? Is one harder?
People say that a great non-alcoholic red wine is the holy grail. So it is more difficult to make better red non-alcoholic wines. However, both of ours are really great, but that's what consumers are looking for, is that really super high quality red non-alcoholic wine, because it's very hard to come by.
And you think you've pulled it off?
I do believe I've pulled it, and it's not only me that feels that way. We have a big waiting list for the next release of our Pinot Noir. So what we'll be tasting today is our last vintage, and it sold out super fast at the highest price non-alcoholic wine in the market.
And it is relatively expensive, I would say, for a bottle of wine. $45.
55 for our Pinot Noir, 45 for our Chardonnay.
Yeah.
Now, when you remove the alcohol, you're seeing a 30% reduction of volume.
Oh, okay. So you have to make up for that.
So your costs go up, and then the cost of removing the alcohol.
We're going to continue this conversation. We're going to sample, actually, these wines in just a moment. Do want to mention, though, some headlines crossing. The biggest U.S. banks passing the Federal Reserve's annual stress test, paving the way for higher shareholder payouts as the industry awaits a watered-down version of a separate proposal for stricter capital requirements. So interesting to see this.
Yeah, each firm stayed above its minimum capital requirements during a hypothetical recession, the Fed said in a statement today. Altogether, the group would take nearly $685 billion in losses, driving a larger drop in capital than in last year's scenario, but, quote, within the range of recent stress tests, the regulator said.
Quick check on the KBW Bank Index in the aftermarket, seeing really no movement, but I'm looking at a name like JP Morgan, just up about 1/3% in the aftermarket. So we'll follow the banking sector, certainly in the aftermarket and into the Thursday trade.
And more.
Maybe they're going to
wines.
Maybe they're going to all be like, I can have a glass of wine because of this.
Maybe with alcohol. Hey, before that, let's get a check on the latest world and national news. We got Amy Morris in the Bloomberg 99.1 Newsroom in D.C. Hey, Amy.
Hi, Tim. The U.S. Supreme Court is poised to allow abortions and medical emergencies in Idaho. That's according to a copy of the opinion that was briefly posted on the court's website. Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel on this ruling obtained by Bloomberg Law.
We've seen this exponential rise in both maternal mortality as well as infant mortality ever since the Dobbs decision came out. And hopefully, if this is a real ruling from the court, it will do something to curtail the number of deaths we've seen.
Dana Nessel speaking with Bloomberg's Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines. The decision would reinstate a lower court order that ensured hospitals in the state can perform emergency abortions to protect the health of the mother. Now, the copy of the opinion is not necessarily the final ruling, given that it hasn't been released. And in fact, the Supreme Court's press office said the opinion in the case had not been officially released and that the official opinion would be issued in, quote, due course. However, the Supreme Court did officially release two other opinions. First, they rejected a challenge to the Biden administration's efforts to push social media companies to remove content believed to be disinformation. The High Court overturned an injunction that would have limited contacts between government officials and social media companies on a wide range of issues. A lower court previously ruled that government officials unlawfully coerced platforms to suppress content related to COVID-19 vaccines and the 2020 election. Also, in a separate case, the court pared back a public corruption law, saying that state and local officials who accept gratuities aren't covered by a federal bribery statute. In a 6-3 vote, the court overturned the bribery conviction of a former mayor in the state of Indiana. Global news 24 hours a day, whenever you want it, with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
It's 4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Number of developing stories after the close of trading. And we begin with a story that we brought you moments ago. The biggest American banks passed the Federal Reserve's annual stress test, paving the way for higher shareholder payouts as the industry awaits a watered-down version of a separate proposal for stricter capital requirements. Keeping an eye on shares of Micron Technology after ours. Micron is the largest American maker of computer memory chips. It is declining by about 6% after its forecast failed to meet the sky-high expectations of some investors. Right now, Micron is down by almost 5%. We also heard from Jefferies Financial Group after the close of trading. Its earnings climbed as investment banking revenues surged and debt underwriting more than doubled the signed prospects for the biggest American banks of Brighton. Right now, after ours, we got Jefferies Financial moving lower by about 2.8%. Turned out to be an up day for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ today. S&P was up 8, the Dow up 15. NASDAQ today advanced by just about 87 points. For NASDAQ, a gain of 0.5%. To put that in context, S&P was up by 0.2%. 10-year, 4.32%. The 2-year, 4.75%. Investors continue to speculate about the outlook for the first rate cut from the Federal Reserve. Janet Rilling is head of Plus Fixed Income, that team at Allspring Global Investments, and she was a guest right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
The Fed has pretty much plainly said that they're data dependent, and the data, continues to paint a little bit of a muddy picture. We've oscillated between weaker data, which would be more supportive of a Fed rate cut, and then at times we get a little bit stronger data. So that is what is causing the uncertainty today in the fixed income market.
Janet Rilling of Allspring Global again, 10-year 4.32%, 2-year 4.75%. Spot gold down $21 the ounce to $22.98, and West Texas Intermediate crude just about flat on the day at $80.80. Again, recapping, S&P 500 index ended higher today, up by 0.2%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Do appreciate it. I want to get right back to Rachel Martin, winemaker and founder of Oceana Wine. She's here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. We've been talking about non-alcoholic wines.
Can we stop talking and try it?
That's what they've been. Well, I was going to say, she doesn't just produce non-alcoholic wines, even though that's what we're talking about.
Right.
Before we try the wine,
okay,
Carol's really wants to try it, and I do too.
It's almost 5 o'clock somewhere.
What portion of your sales now are the non-alcoholic versus alcoholic?
Well, we're growing the non-alcoholic, but it's more wines with alcohol than without, but that's just because we are, the amount that we're producing, we're selling out basically of the non-alcoholic wine fast.
Do you anticipate that you might give up on the alcoholic wine and just go non-alcoholic because it's been so popular?
Well, I don't need to do that because we have customers for our traditional wines, right? And that's how it all starts. Our Chardonnay won Domestic Wine of the Year. Our Pinot Noir is 93 plus points. So we're making great wines with alcohol, but we're looking to meet the consumer where they are because they want lower alcohol wines, which is so exciting because I'm just announcing it, that we're getting into the low alcohol wine. So we are launching our first low alcohol with the Syrah, and that will be available October 1st, and that's 3.5%
As
alcohol.
Opposed to what, like a 12% that would Syrah would have usually?
When the Syrah originally is 13%. Okay. So we brought it down to 3.5% because some consumers aren't looking to eliminate, they're looking to moderate. Yeah. And this is a great option for them.
Tweak it down a little bit.
Carol's enough talking, time for drinking.
You're done, buddy.
I'm done. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so tell us about what you brought. We've got a Chardonnay and a Pinot Noir.
Absolutely. And our wines, all of our wines can be found on our website and more information about them at oceanawines.com. But this is our Chardonnay. Now remember, this is our award-winning,
smells like a Chardonnay,
Domestic Wine of the Year Chardonnay, just with the alcohol removed. So if you look at, it's got a beautiful color. It looks, it is wine. It looks just like wine. It's crystal clear. It's, it's got this gold flecks. And then if you swirl it around in your glass, that's how you taste wine.
I just have to say, this is a tough job, but somebody has to do it. Like, we have to drink wine a little.
And you have the notes of green apple, citrus, jasmine, a little bit of green melon. And on the palate, when you taste it, it has a good mouthfeel, which is missing in a lot of non-alcoholic wines. But the way that we make our wines, it has body and volume independent of the alcohol.
And there's something that stays, like, you know what I mean? Like that wine, that afterfeel kind of?
It has length. So the wine and flavors stay in your mouth after you've swallowed, and that is supported by the acidity in the wine.
Go to the red, because that I'm curious
now
about.
This is our Pinot Noir. This is our first ever vintage of non-alcoholic wine. This is the 2022 Oceano Zero non-alcoholic Pinot Noir from Spanish Springs Vineyard. So we, this again is our 93 point, Pinot Noir, just simply with the alcohol removed.
Right.
So it's, it's got a gorgeous color, lots of aromas coming off of it. Plum.
Nice.
Raspberry, a little bit of blackberry, and kind of some woodsy notes.
I like this. So in terms of the market, you said you're sold out already. Is that correct? For the non-alcoholic?
For the Pinot Noir, we're completely sold out. We have a waiting list for the next vintage. The Chardonnay is currently on the market. We just released it May 1st, and we're selling through quickly.
What are you hearing from, like, restaurants and bars? And like, I'm assuming that's the holy grail at this point.
Yeah, definitely, and I've been in conversations with masters of wine about our non-alcoholic wines, and what's exciting is they already know about Oceano Zero.
Yeah.
And because the market is booming, restaurants are looking for not just any non-alcoholic wine, but these quality non-alcoholic wines for fine dining.
You see that on menus now. It's wild. There's an entirely new section,
right?
That you wouldn't see a year ago. I'm wondering about distribution because you keep talking about that it's for sale online. Are you sold at brick and mortar at all?
We are sold at brick and mortar. For example, in New York City, Spirited Away, which is in Soho. You could find our wines there, but we have distributors. So we're distributed in the Mid-Atlantic, Northeast, in Missouri, as well as California for both our traditional and our non-alcoholic wines. But to keep up with the market demand, not only for our wines, but the growth of the category, we're looking for investors, so that we can meet the demand.
Interesting.
Continue, yes.
What do you think is going to be the real big growth area? Is it the alcohol removed or alcohol lowered kind of area?
I believe it's low alcohol.
Okay.
Because that's what most of the market is looking for, and that's to reduce their consumption and not completely eliminate it. But non-alcoholic wine is great for whatever your reasons that you choose not to drink alcohol. But you could have traditional wine, then switch to non-alcoholic wine. In the UK, I think it's really cute. They call it zebra striping. Yes.
Those Brits.
But there's enormous, opportunity in both what they call no and low alcohol wines.
No and low, yeah.
We're Bloomberg. We love numbers. We talk about money all the time. How much do you need to raise? Like, what's your target here?
1.5 is my target, yes. And that's for, building out the program of wines and then also having a more robust direct-to-consumer experience, getting, our own tasting room. We don't have one of those at this time. And then expanding beyond our borders.
You know who loves wine? Silicon Valley billionaires. They all buy vineyards. It's amazing.
Yeah, but just
anyway, just throwing it
now
out
they
there.
can get into non-alcoholic wine or low alcohol with Oceano.
Listen, it's very fascinating to see how the beverage market, the alcohol, no or low alcohol, like how it continues to evolve. It's really fascinating. Rachel, thank you so much.
Yes, I was going to say, and you can follow us on our socials to see what we have. We've got lots going on this summer. Oceano.0 and Oceano Wines on Instagram.
All right, well, looking forward to come back again, and we'll hear how things are going. Rachel Martin, she's winemaker and founder of Oceano Wines, joining us here in our studio. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
A lot of fun. And it's not even a Friday. How did this happen?
And an excuse to talk about California.
I know.
That's what I like.
Tim has been in his glory. It's like going back home.
Yeah,
Kind of, almost.
It is, really.
All right, this is Bloomberg.
your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. The biggest American banks have passed the Fed's annual stress test, paving the way for higher shareholder payouts as the industry awaits a watered-down version of a separate proposal for stricter capital requirements. Micron Technology declining after hours. Its forecasts failed to meet the sky-high expectations of some investors. After hours, we do have Micron now down by 5.3%. Jeffrey Financial Group's earnings climbed as investment banking revenue surged and debt underwriting more than doubled. Rivian Automotive shares ended the day up 23% after yesterday's announcement from VW that it is plowing $5 billion into a tie-up with the EV maker. So where does this leave other EV makers? Dan Ives is a senior analyst for equity research at Wedbush Securities.
The reality is, like, when we talk about strong getting stronger, look, Tesla, this is just what I view as an air pocket period to just a massive growth renaissance on the horizon, and especially when we think where AI and FSD and everything else going. For Rivian, they're going to be a longer-term player, and I think you're going to see more and more in Detroit, in Europe, betting on some of these, but then others are, if they're not successful in the next 6-12 months, it's really going to be messy.
Dan Ives of Wedbush, he mentioned FSD, that is shorthand for full self-driving. Rivian shares, as I mentioned, up today by 23%, but what about the other players? ADRs of Volkswagen down 1.5% today. Tesla moving higher by 4.8%. Tesla now at 196.37, and Lucid Automotive shares advanced today by 4%. And those are some of our top company stories at this hour. I'm Charlie Pelletan. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stennebeck on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, getting ready to wrap up the Wednesday edition of Bloomberg
Carol,
Business
slow down
Week.
on that non-alcoholic wine. Still at work,
No,
okay?
just kidding.
Still at
It's
work.
interesting. You know, the beverage market continues to evolve. Doug Krisner coming in the studio.
Oh, hey, Doug.
Hey, how are you guys doing?
We're doing well.
What was that last segment about?
About non-alcoholic wine. Actually, they
That's
call
great.
it alcohol-removed wine.
Yeah.
So what's the
interesting framing.
benefit? Obviously, the benefit.
You're cutting right to the chase. I think somebody would say that the benefit is you can drink it without being hungover.
Okay.
And a lot of people are looking for, she said today, we're talking about Rachel Martin, the winemaker and founder of Oceano Wines, who was just on with us. And Carol brought this up without even knowing that she was working on this. Low alcohol wine. It's a thing now.
You listen. You read a lot. The Times over the weekend, I was reading through a bunch of stories, and I kept popping up this other company that is kind of low alcohol wine, and it's like membership or whatever. But I hadn't really seen that so far, and I thought it was interesting, intriguing.
Couple of thoughts, and I don't know. I'm just going to go randomly here. One of the things is that people are using other substances to maybe derive that. Let's call it a buzz.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So you're not as reliant on alcohol these days. You have cannabis products.
Right.
And other things that people may be imbibing in concert with that. So that's one thing. And, you know, there is
Sounds
such
like
a...
someone like in the net. I'm just
No.
I'm just
And there's
playing.
been a very hot
But you're
topic.
right.
What he's
you're right.
talking about is actually, I think in the last couple of months, some research came out that showed that marijuana usage is surpassing it.
Yes.
I got to
Yes.
find the
There was a
actual
story we
Yeah.
talked about.
And the other thing that I would point to, and I'm just wondering about, there's been so much talk around gut health.
Yeah.
And whether or not alcohol ultimately is a big negative for the microbes that live in
There was
the
just a
gastrointestinal.
story about this. That, like, right, for so long, for how many years we've been told, oh, a glass of wine maybe is a good thing, red wine, but they're rethinking that.
The Associated Press reporting back in May that for the first time, the number of Americans who use marijuana just about every day has surpassed the number who drink that often, a shift some 40 years in the making as recreational pot use became more mainstream and legal in nearly half of U.S. states. Associated Press.
But that other thing, that this whole idea of medically, oh, it's a good idea to have a glass of wine.
Right.
It's actually good for your health, and they're rethinking that, right? So, what does that do?
Interesting topic. I'm sorry when you guys were on remote yesterday that I threw you the kind of the U.S. Steel story. The Washington Post story.
That's fine.
Yeah, we really didn't have a chance to unpack that. That may have been a little unfair, but the stock was down yesterday. I haven't even tracked that story today. We're focused after the bell on the Micron
Doug's
numbers.
mic now.
What's
you can
that?
cut Doug's
Well, I was
mic
going to
now.
say, Doug, I'm glad you apologized because I'm glad you apologized because I've been thinking about this for the last 24 hours.
You know, my
It's
friends
really
like
been
this, who needs enemies?
We were so angry, man.
I'm kidding.
You're lucky you're in that chair right now,
you told
buddy.
me that we never have
Get
fun.
him out of here. No, of course not.
And the stress test, right?
Yeah.
Speaking
Yeah,
of
that's
stressful
really interesting.
situations,
They're not going to be
There he
drinking
is.
alcohol,
There he is.
low or no wine. They're going to be having,
so
they're pretty
Friday
happy.
we'll learn, right, how this capital is returned in the form of dividends,
Buybacks.
stock buybacks. Yeah, so
It's
Friday's going to be a busy day.
I was-
guessing Friday after the close.
Yeah, but I won't be here, so you guys are going to have all the fun.
Yeah, I was looking at like some of the bank names after this. I didn't really see much of a. There was a little bit of a blip maybe to the upside, but then the stock's back down a little bit in the banking sector.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're going to get later
What are you
today
doing?
in China the industrial profits numbers. So we're focused on that as a measure of how well some of the bigger companies in China are doing. But that's about it for off the top
Anything
of my
more
mind.
on U.S. Steel? You want to throw at us?
No.
That we're
I mean,
like
I felt-
flat-footed. What is he talking about?
It was just a very interesting piece in the Washington Post.
I know. I agree.
After you told us about it.
Yeah.
So-
On our way home.
But the other point, that I was making was the fact that Nikkei Asia was reporting on the very same day that Nippon fell to